Chapter 329. In truth, although this silver-haired old man looked fine, he should have suffered heavy injuries. His world-shocking true chi wasn't so easy to receive. Just as he thought about that, half of the clothes on the old man's left and right body turned to ash, burnt by the scarlet-red flame. The other half was completely frozen. However, that was not all. The power of the ice flame spiral was constantly changing and transforming within Chu Feng's body. That silver-haired old man couldn't take it anymore, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he also used this mouthful of blood to spit out all the remaining true chi. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, not bothering anymore. His eyes coldly looked beneath his feet, directly stabbing his sword into Shi Feishan's forehead. Instantly, threads of blood seeped out. "Do you think that I am discussing conditions with you? Since I said those words, then it is a decree. Even if your snow lion race is wiped out, you have to do it. Do you understand?" Shi Feishan only felt extremely humiliated, trying his best to struggle. However, Zhong Shou's feet were stepping on him, pressing him to the ground, unable to move at all. "I know that all of you are used to being free under the cloud ocean, arrogant and unruly, not knowing the rules. However, this place is above the cloud ocean, under Gantian Mountain. I can forgive all of you this time, but if there is a second time, I will wipe out your race." While saying that, Zhong Shou used the tip of his sword to swim around Shi Feishan's brow, drawing out threads of blood. In the end, the word slave was written on his forehead. The silver-haired old man was instantly furious, but at this moment, he didn't dare to move at all. Shi Dingyuan and his few brothers all had their eyes about to pop out of their socket. However, under the suppression of that aura, they couldn't move at all. "Doesn't your snow lion race believe in the survival of the fittest? The weak should die, right? Then now you should understand that Rulin is stronger than all of you because I am here. The only reason why all of you are still alive is because Rulin doesn't want all of you to die. The piece of land you're standing on now is also a gift from me to Rulin, not you. Do you understand?" As he spoke, the tip of the sword pierced even deeper. Traces of world-shocking true energy rushed in and wandered in all directions. That Shi Feishan instantly felt that the meridians in his body were like numerous steel knives, breaking inch by inch. The power of ice and fire constantly clashed with each other. The pain that made him wish that he could immediately end his life immediately spread through his entire body, causing the muscles on his face to distort beyond recognition. In the end, it let out a shrill scream. Zhong Shou didn't care at all. The smile on his face was even more cruel. Just as Zhang Xian was about to torture Zhang Xian once more so that he could leave a deeper impression on Zhang Xian suddenly stopped him. However, Shi Rulin tugged at his lapel. Lowering his head, he saw the little girl's face filled with pleading. Zhong Shou felt a wave of helplessness, but he also felt extremely suffocated. He had no choice but to release Shi Feishan. However, before he moved his feet away, he stepped down heavily. With a pung, it caused Shi Feishan's body to sink into the ground once more. Following which, he didn't even turn his head as he directly turned around and left. He had nothing to say to these people. However, just as he walked out a few steps, he heard the old priest of the Snow Lion race say respectfully, "Ruler, please wait. Can you leave Rulin behind? She has the maniac lion snow seal, and is the true direct bloodline of our race. She is too important to our race. The ancestors' protection allowed the true direct bloodline of our race to appear in the race. She is connected to the rise and fall of our race. I implore Jun Shang to let my Shirbin take care of her." The moment he said that, Shi Feishan and Shi Dingyuan were both shocked. They looked towards the silver-haired old man with a seeking gaze. The latter's face was ashen white and he didn't say a word. The people around this place were originally filled with emotions. However, the Snow Lion race people who couldn't help exchanged glances with one another when they heard that. They were also filled with disbelief as they turned their eyes to Shi Rulin. This little girl, who seemed really weak in the normal lion race, was the true direct bloodline of the snow lion race? How was that possible? However, looking at the old priest's words, the anxiousness on his face, it didn't look like it was fake. Zhong Shou stopped in his tracks, smiling toward Shi Rulin, who was in his arms. Little brat, do you want to leave with me? Or do you want to stay in the race? Shi Rulin hesitated slightly. However, moments later, she felt that the warmth in Zhong Shou's arms was more attractive. On the contrary, the coldness within the race that made one feel terrified. She directly shook her head and hugged Zhong Shou tightly. She would rather leave with this stranger who was willing to treat her well than stay in this familiar race. Zhong Shou instantly laughed out loud. Although he made up his mind that even if Shi Rulin wanted to stay, he would forcefully bring her away. However, when he heard the answer today, he felt really happy. However, this Shi Bin seemed to be a reasonable person. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted, smiling as he turned his head. Do you regret it? It's probably too late. How about this, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. In the future, if your snow lion race wants Rulin to come back, then I'll bring her back. Then bring 64 sky lions, and let those bastards kneel to welcome the race leader and invite her back. After he said that, Zhong Shou wasn't willing to speak with these people, directly boarding the carriage. Hu Zhongyuan, who was behind, his heart pained as he tossed the remaining fur coat to the side. Actually, he wasn't cold. After cultivating to the Xuanwu realm, his body was filled with vital energy and wasn't afraid of heat or cold. Even if he was naked in this cold winter, he didn't care at all. Wearing this fur coat was just to show off. This was the first grade 5 beast he had personally killed under the cloud ocean. It had a special meaning and was really hard to come by. Spitting out, Hu Zhongyuan looked at the snow lion race people in disdain. Then, he followed the crowd and left. A cloud crossing carriage, along with tens of grade 4 mounts. In just a moment they were far away from the abandoned city gate. Just as Zhong Shou's cloud-crossing carriage finally disappeared from their field of vision. Out of the few children of Shirfatian, a silver-haired teen spoke out in righteous rage. What a bully! What does he treat our snow lion race as? Regret? Who cares about that brat? It's better if that jinx is taken away. Before she finished, the silver-haired old man scoffed coldly. He slapped out with a palm, instantly a crisp "paw" sound rang out. He actually slapped that teen away with one slap. Shirfatian's face was dark and sunken. He didn't bother, only asking solemnly, Brother, you all said that Rulin is the direct bloodline of our snow lion race, is that true? Is it really like what Zhong Shou said? You dare to directly call him by his name? The silver-haired old man stared viciously at Shirfatian, his face filled with rage. I heard that this person had an important victory not long ago, using the strength of 5 provinces to go against 3 countries. Not only did he regain lost land, but he also expanded it. On the battlefield, he has never lost. I heard that in Donglin Cloud Continent there are no similar powers. The strength of the country is something that even when our lion race was at its peak, we couldn't compare to. Such a person, even if he is, as the rumors say, powerless, he is worthy of our respect and has the right to become the king of the monster race. What's more, that person is indeed our lord. You dare to call him that? Shirfatian's expression was dark and sunken, not saying a word. However, moments later, the silver-haired old man laughed coldly. Rumors are just rumors. To be able to make the bear, tiger, and wolf races submit, do you really think that he has no cultivation at all? After my lion clan, it is not wrong for the strong to be respected. That monster king is not only stronger than you, but he is also stronger than me. With just one word, he can cause our snow lion race to fall into a situation of no return. What courage do you have to go against him? Do you really think that you are still under the cloud ocean when your words are so important? Under someone else's roof, how can you not lower your head? I think you don't need to be the race leader anymore. From today on I, Sir Luotian, will be the race leader. Within a few years, I will think of a way to welcome Rulin back. Sir Facian's body shook as he looked at the silver-haired old man. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he didn't dare to go against him, only asking fearfully, speaking of which, that Rulin really is the direct bloodline of our Snow Lion race. Snow Lion of the Palm. This time the one who replied was the old priest, smiling bitterly. I should have thought about it. Our bloodline inherited the blood of the god beast. Six-spirit Snow Lion, isn't the other name of the Lion of the Palm? No wonder Rulin's body is so small and thin. This brat is not only the direct bloodline of our Snow Lion race, but she is also protected by our ancestors. Maniac Lion Snow Seal, her future is huge, something that we can't imagine. I only know that in the last generation, the person who had the Maniac Lion Snow Seal was an ancestor 10,000 years ago. Using the power of the seal, he had special abilities and stepped into the Saint Realm. Ling Feikong's eyes constricted, his hands grabbing onto his shirt tightly. Endless regret instantly gnawed at his heart. What the Monster King said was actually true. This Sher Rulin was the pure direct bloodline of their Sher family. The purity of her blood was several times stronger than that of his eldest and second son. He knew that he had probably lost something. Ling Feikong's voice was even more dry. Since that is the case, then why did the two of you sit there and watch her be taken away? Sit there and watch? With just the two of us, can we stop it? I think that Monster King not only grasped sword intent and the legendary King Path secret technique. His spiritual cultivation is also at the night wandering realm. There are also those few young people who aren't ordinary, especially that spear-wielding person. Even you might not be his opponent. Speaking of which, that Monster King actually has star tattoos on his body. His voice was leisurely as he said such shocking words. The old priest's tone sunk slightly. On the other hand, Fatian, you knew that Rulin was highly valued by the Monster King, so why did you still dare to treat her like that? Seeing Sher Fatian keep silent and not speak, Sher Bin looked at Sher Fatian. Sher Bin's gaze then shifted to Sher Facian's children. A moment later, he understood. After scoffing coldly, he waved his sleeves and left. 3 days later, send all of them to Gantian Mountain. Let the ruler deal with them until he calms down. People who cause problems for the race are better off dead. Chapter 330. The cloud-crossing carriage continued to travel southwest for about 2 days before it entered a rugged region filled with huge boulders. The so-called dragon-gathering Mountain Dragon Gate was within Shiping Province, close to the ocean. Today it was coincidentally under his rule. Around this area, there were roughly 70,000 cavalry troops under Chai Yuan. This was why even if he didn't bring his personal troops and went alone, Zhong Shou wasn't worried about his own safety. However, before he went there, Zhong Shou planned to go to another place. In this region, even with the stability of the carriage, it couldn't help but rise and fall along with the terrain. Zhong Shou was unable to continue cultivating in the carriage, so he could only tease Sher Rulin for fun. She took out a sparkling and translucent candy and waved it in front of Sher Rulin. Do you want to eat candy? Sher Rulin's eyes instantly lit up, nodding her head without hesitation. Just as she was about to reach out to take it, she heard Zhong Shou give out a cunning laugh, pointing at his face. Kiss me and I'll give you this candy. Sher Rulin instantly hesitated. After a few days, she wasn't afraid of Zhong Shou anymore. However, this brother was sometimes really weird. Based on what Sister Iren said, he was really perverted. Also, Sister Chu Shui wanted her to stay far away from this brother in case she was tainted. Just as she was hesitating whether or not to agree, coincidentally Xian Yuan Iren returned from gathering herbs and returned to the carriage. When he saw this scene, he was instantly enraged. She hugged Rulin and then took several steps back, staying far away from Zhong Shou. Lon, don't eat his candy. I have a lot here. Zhong Shou, can you please have some morals? Even such a small kid, you have such bad thoughts, how shameless. Zhong Shou felt a little innocent. Wasn't he trying to develop his relationship with Rulan? This little girl seemed inconspicuous. However, not long in the future, she would be an unparalleled general who could kill in all directions. And that wild lion snow seal, it was most likely something incredible as well. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had to win them over as soon as possible. In the future, the left Zhong Yuan, the right Ruolan, two unparalleled generals. Even if he didn't care, Gantian Mountain could rest easy. Even the heavens had pity on him. He really didn't have the slightest intention in that regard. Was he really that lecherous in the eyes of these girls? With a soft sigh, Zhong Shou put away the candy in his hand. Then he said thoughtfully, Iran, do you think it's a good idea for me to be her master? Xianyuan Iran was startled when she heard that, following which she nodded her head. It is naturally good for you to teach her. However, if you want to be her master, you need to be more proper and not bully Lanlan. She couldn't see through her fiancé at all. His mastery of the sword Dao was so deep that it made people's hair stand on end. As far as she knew, Zhong Shou had already mastered 5 types of sword essence. Because of his teachings, Zhong Yuan's strength had greatly improved in a few months. Grasping the maniac lightning spear intent, his strength was so strong that he could go up against any grade 7 and below experts in Donglin Cloud Continent. Zhong Shou hesitated. He was confident that if he personally sculpted this treasure, she would be far better than in the last life. Her achievements wouldn't be limited to just being an unparalleled general. The only thing he was worried about was that he didn't have so much time. However, to find another master for her was easier said than done. Just as he was frowning and deep in thought, Zhong Shou heard Zhong Yuan's voice spread out from outside the carriage. Ruler, we have arrived at the mysterious ghost mountain that you mentioned. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, temporarily putting down this matter. His body jumped and he was outside the carriage. At this moment, the carriage was following the extremely steep mountain path and climbing up. Luckily, the horses driving the carriage were all changed to grade 4 Windrider foals. Although there were only 8 of them, their pulling and buoyancy were 100 times stronger than before. Just a moment later, the cloud-crossing carriage finally climbed up more than 2,000 feet and reached the peak. The scene that he had seen several times in the last life finally appeared in front of his eyes. Zhong Shou got off the carriage and with just a few jumps, he arrived at the side of the cliff in front of him. Then, he looked around carefully. In just a moment, his eyes were filled with shock. Although this place was a little different from the God Emperor game, it wasn't really different. A moment later, Xianyuan Iran carried Shi Rulan to his side, asking curiously, "This is the place that you said can greatly increase our strength? There is obviously nothing here." When the others heard that, they were all stunned. The few of them listened to Zhong Shou's orders and followed here, but they didn't know about this matter. However, looking at this place, there were weird rocks everywhere. Apart from a few isolated plants, there was nothing else. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a white fog. It was unknown how deep it was, or what was at the bottom. Could it be that his lord had received some news and knew that there was some kind of treasure here? Just as they were thinking about that, Zhong Shou's body suddenly moved and he found some small grass beside the cliff. He casually took it down and squeezed it. Not long later, a few drops of green liquid appeared in Zhong Shou's palm. He reached out with his hand and coincidentally, a fierce snowbird that was half the size of a person passed by. Unfortunately, it was forcefully captured by Zhong Shou. He first asked Xianyuan Iran for a few poison-avoiding pills and fed it to the bird. Then, he dripped the green liquid into its mouth. Following which, he waited quietly. Roughly an hour later, he saw the grade 1 intense snowbird's aura start to change. Its body seemed to have become stronger, a few of its multicolored feathers were changing color. The surrounding people were instantly horrified. Apart from Rulin, everyone here had sharp spiritual senses. This intense snowbird was indeed becoming stronger. It wasn't obvious. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to notice it. However, the effects of the green liquid obviously hadn't ended. It seeped into the muscles of the intense snowbird's limbs and meridians at an extremely slow speed. It would slowly and subtly increase the strength of the intense snowbird and even its bloodline. This is just the most basic grass. How is that possible? Xianyuan Iren was startled and looked carefully at the cliff. A short while later, she confirmed that she didn't see wrongly. She couldn't help but not understand. This grass was just the most basic and common grass. It didn't even enter the grade. How could it have such an effect? She was also a little excited. As a pill master, how could she not be excited? It isn't because of the grass, but because of the mist here. Samuraim's eyes were dim as he looked below the cliff. This place was filled with mist. The grass that grew on the cliffs absorbed the water, as well as the special mist, and continued to grow silent. His eyes were filled with surprise. The best time here was when the spiritual wave just started. However, looking at the current situation, after 10,000 years of accumulation, it should have a decent effect. In the next instance, he saw the intense snowbird's body twitch, its eyes turning red. Poison. Ruoshui's brows furrowed. She hated poisonous things the most. Zhong Shou acknowledged, several golden needles stabbing into the body of the intense snowbird, forcing out the poison along with the green liquid. Although the liquid contained a shocking amount of special ability, it was also entangled with the poison, making it difficult to separate them. In just a moment, the intense snowbird had recovered back to normal. Zhong Shou fed it another energy-replenishing pill before releasing his hand, allowing the intense snowbird to spread its wings and fly away. It seemed to have lost some energy, its body shaking. Hu Zhongyuan, Li Luo and the others all exchanged glances with one another, not understanding what was going on. The liquid squeezed out from the grass seemed to have the effect of raising his strength. However, it was obvious that the poison was unusually strong, belonging to a special type of poison. If Zhong Shou didn't make it eat an anti-poison pill and expel it in time, in just a few minutes its body would have rotted and turned into blood. Do you want me to solve the poison in the mist? Xianyuan Iren's eyes were deep in thought. I am not good at poison and rarely studied it. Moreover, I have never seen such a poison before. Looking at how the intense snowbird acted up, I only have 30% confidence and need more than a year. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that this brat actually had the confidence to solve the poison? This place was a place that a monster race friend in the game in his last life unintentionally found. After noticing that the mist below had the effect of raising true chi and body, he ran all over to try to solve the poison in the mist. However, he thought of all sorts of methods but was unable to do so. In the end, he had no choice but to spread this matter to his few good friends for help. Zhong Shou coincidentally had nothing to do at that time and was anxious to raise his strength, which was why he joined in. Although he didn't put in much effort and didn't get any benefits, in the end, he still found out how to use the mist ability. There is no need. Just directly jump down from here and reach the bottom. I have my own ways. Hu Zhongyuan's thick brows furrowed, silently taking a step back. Thinking to himself that wasn't this conning him? Just now when he climbed up, it was a full 20,000 feet. It was unknown how deep the bottom of this cliff was. They were martial cultivators and not spirit masters who needed to reach the ascended realm to be able to travel in the air. Over 2,000 feet, this was a precipitous cliff, enough to turn them into meat patties. Moreover, the mist below was obviously poisonous, right? Anyways, let's just look at the situation and wait for the people beside to test it out. Just as he was thinking about that, who knows when Zhong Shou was behind him, silently kicking out. Hu Zhongyuan instantly cried out in pain as he fell down from the cliff. He fell into the thick mist, and in just a moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Only his voice was left. Ling Xian Chai Yuan, if the two of you can return, you must tell my father. Don't take revenge for me. Sigh, I Hu Zhongyuan's merits are too high, the ruler is jealous of my ability. The voice behind couldn't be heard anymore. Zhong Shou's lips twitched, following which he became really friendly. He smiled towards the people around him. Are you all going to jump? Or should I kick you down? Chai Zhou hesitated slightly, thinking back to it. He was sure that Zhong Shou wouldn't gain anything by forcing them to kill him here. He could only brace himself and jump down. Chapter 331. With Hu Zhongyuan and Chai Zhou taking the lead, the people around didn't hesitate and all jumped down from the cliff. However, people like Shi Dan and Ling Xian, who had deep attainments in spells, didn't fear them. They all cast spells to float in the air and fall into the thick mist below the mountain. In just a moment, only Zhong Shou was left on the mountain peak. Zhong Shou didn't immediately follow. Instead, he walked to the other side and asked the same question. Are you jumping by yourself? Or should I kick you down? In that empty land, light and shadow suddenly changed. A pure black giant lion suddenly appeared. It was Zhong Shou's rising moon lion known as Little Ji. It laid beside the cliff, looking back with a pitiful and innocent expression. His thoughts spread out once more. Zhong Shou face-bombed, feeling a headache. This lion was actually afraid of heights. He wasn't willing to speak any more nonsense with it. Zhong Shou directly kicked the rising moon lion down the cliff. Then, the lightning-winged sword suddenly flew up and arrived beneath his feet. It dragged his body and flew downwards. His body shook and was a little unstable. Zhong Shou felt a little curious. Using spirit master methods to drive an artifact to travel in the air was the first time for him. Unfortunately, in terms of spells, he was too inexperienced. He couldn't control it well and didn't dare to make any big movement. He could only obediently sink down into the mist. Roughly 1,200 feet, Zhong Shou stepped onto flat ground. He could hear the sounds of killing spread out from within the mist. A moment later, Zhong Shou felt that someone was casting spells, instantly summoning a wild wind to blow away the white mist. Then, he saw that Iran and the others had already gathered together. Only Hu Zhongyuan was unlucky. He was tangled up by a weird-looking Grade 5 elite beast, his situation looking really bad. Around that elite beast, the thick mist gathered and didn't dissipate. Even if the wind blew, it was unable to disperse it. It appeared and disappeared in the mist, appearing and disappearing. Even if Hu Zhongyuan had Xuanwu ancestor cultivation, he was still forced into a bad state. It's a mist wolf. Shi Dan's brows furrowed, bowing towards Zhong Shou who was walking over. Ruler, this mist wolf seems a little weird. It is different from the ones I have seen before. Xianyuan Iran was also doing something. However, the spell she was casting was a little special. The water vapor in the vicinity was drawn over bit by bit. Then, it floated in front of her body, changing color. When Zhong Shou got close, she heaved a sigh of relief and dissipated the spell. I have tested it, this mist is poisonous. However, since the amount was extremely low, those above the Xiantian realm did not need to worry about it. Rulan can't stay in the mist for too long. However, with me to take care of her, it should be fine. Everyone relaxed. Before this, they all held their breaths, sealing off the air around them and cutting off their connection with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ruoshui even split out some true qi to protect Rulan, using energy to maintain her breathing. Only now did she relax and release it. Zhong Shou knew that this would happen. His eyes were fixed on that ball of mist beside Hu Zhongyuan. It was indeed different from normal Grade 5 fog wolves. This elite beast was much stronger than other elite beasts of the same grade. Its body also had special scales which were tough for knives and swords to cut. Hu Zhongyuan used the Tiger King knife to strike it several times, but it only caused some sparks. The body of the mist wolf was totally unharmed. However, it was no different from what he remembered. At this moment, Zhong Shou was in deep thought, thinking back to the game God Emperor. The scenes in the game were different from the cloud world 10,000 years ago, but there were also similar areas. What was most shocking was that some of the secret locations were surprisingly compatible with each other. Zhong Shou originally didn't have much hope for this secret location. After all, the books passed down in the future didn't have detailed records. The only thing that had a slight connection was a sentence. The spiritual salamander fought against Shi Zi, but couldn't beat him. It cut off its tail to survive, and its tail fell into the saint burial ground. Speaking of which, it had something to do with his senior master, Song Xingdao. The so-called saint burial ground referred to this area. Legend had it that during the Cloud Desolate era, there were as many as 12 saints. For some reason, in one night they all fell to the ground, which was why that area was known as the Saint Burial Ground. Zhong Shou had specially researched and realized that there was a 70% chance that the south of Shiping Province was where the saints fell. However, after all, it was something that wasn't confirmed. The secret location that his friend found was most probably made up by the game development company. Zhong Shou only had a sliver of hope to come here to take a look. His true intention was to see whether or not he could find clues nearby to find the location of the true spiritual salamander tail. However, the situation in front of him couldn't help but shock him. How did the developer of the God Emperor know about such a secret matter? Moreover, in the virtual game they did it perfectly? Was that game really developed by this game development company that was said to have a deep background? Thinking back to the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique and the Book of Ian Extreme Life, more questions rose up in his head. He couldn't help but be distracted. However, in the next moment, Zhong Shou's thoughts were broken. Only to hear Hu Zhongyuan suddenly holler in rage. 3 more came, how annoying. Why aren't you all attacking? Zhong Shou came to his senses. As expected, there were 3 grade 5 mist wolves pouncing over from within the mist. Chai Zhou shook his head and laughed when he saw that. Who was the one who said that he would personally kill that fog wolf to take revenge? Only then did Zhong Shou notice that there were bite marks on Hu Zhongyuan's butt. Luckily, he was wearing a layer of iron armor and the injuries weren't heavy. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before this, he was distracted by this matter. Now that he came back to his senses, he immediately suppressed all his questions and didn't bother about it. After all, at this moment, he was already 10,000 years in the past. Even if he was suspicious of the game development company, he couldn't run back 10,000 years to investigate. This matter was destined to be unsolvable. He waved his hand to signal Chai Zhou and Ling Xian, who wanted to help to stop. Zhong Shou pressed his fingers together and stopped in front of his body. That lightning-winged sword rose into the air once more and slashed into the thick mist. Initially, he had used the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword art and was also hidden in the clouds. He had flown over silently. Only when it got close did the purple sword light suddenly increase in speed, a ball of lightning exploding out. The speed and strength of the sword instantly increased to the maximum. It directly slashed across, killing one of the grade 5 fog wolves in one strike. With a wave of his hand, he captured this giant beast. When it was in front of it, one could notice that not only was the fog wolf covered in scales, but there were also many tumors. There were also countless lumps and sarcomas densely packed together. There were even pustules oozing with pus. Just looking at them would make one's scalp go numb. Zhong Shou didn't care, using the sword to slice open its chest, and then carefully slicing into its heart. Hu Zhongyuan was anxious at the side, crying out loudly, "Ruler, you can't not care. Can you bear to see Zhongyuan die here?" The strength of the fog wolf originally exceeded same-grade beasts. Its body was also fleeting. In this thick mist, it could display all its abilities. Hu Zhongyuan had just entered Xuanwu martial realm and hadn't merged with the seventh spiritual vein. Dealing with one was already tough for him. With three of them attacking at the same time, he was instantly unable to deal with them. Zhong Shou wasn't fazed at all, purposely wanting this fellow to suffer. He was fully focused as he took out a few drops of silver-white blood from the body of the fog wolf. Xianyuan Iren looked on from the side and was instantly moved. The aura of the blood was similar to the liquid he took out from the green grass. Moreover, it was much thicker and purer. Thinking about it seriously, Xianyuan Iren instantly understood what he meant. So that's the case. These fog wolves spend a lot of time in this thick mist and were infected by the water in the mist. After accumulating for a long time, although their strength rose quickly, their bodies were deeply infected by the poison. This blood should be the essence blood formed after the bodies of these beasts were purified and filtered, right? As she said that, Xianyuan Iren's eyes instantly lit up. Be it human cultivators, spirit masters, or these beasts, when their vital energy reached a certain level, they would have the ability to expel poison. This silver-colored blood was the product after the mist was filtered and purified. Not only was it not poisonous, but it was extremely pure. If this thing was used to refine pills, it would definitely have a miraculous effect. Zhong Shou had already felt little gold on his arm getting restless. He didn't stop it and allowed it to swallow the silver-white essence blood. In the next moment, Xiao Jin's jelly-like body started to produce threads that were so thin that they could not be seen. It caused the mysterious patterns on its skin to become more and more perfect. The people here were all delighted. This silver-white blood was indeed effective. Looking at little gold's situation, it should be harmless. This item is most effective for our monster race and beasts. It can raise bloodline. Normal people can also consume it, but unless they have mutated blood, it can only strengthen the body and true qi. It also contains the blood of an ancient god beast. After a certain concentration, it will have the power of intelligence. It can help one comprehend martial arts as well as the laws of heaven and earth. It is also useful for spirit masters, Zhong Shou explained while he felt regretful. Unfortunately, Yin Yang wasn't here and he was nowhere to be found. If not, this kind of essence blood would have a miraculous effect on the spirit race. He explained, actually, this essence blood isn't totally non-poisonous. After accumulating 100 drops, the poison can cause a martial ancestor expert to be in danger of dying. One can't say too much. Depending on one's talent, around 100 to 20 drops is the limit. Also, when killing these beasts, it is best to kill them with one sword when their vital energy is boiling. When they heard that, the people didn't need Zhong Shou to explain in detail, and they all understood what he meant. When one's vital energy was at its peak, the quality of the silver-colored essence blood would be better. If one suffered too many injuries, it would also lower the purity of the essence blood. Hu Zhongyuan's ability had already expended a Herculean effort to suppress the three fog wolves. Just as he wanted to use a knife to injure one of them, when he heard what Zhong Shou said, he immediately retracted his hand and tried to block in a panic. His eyes shone brightly as he looked greedily at the three beasts. Chapter 332. Xianyuan Iren's eyes shone with a weird glow. Then how did you know? Such a place, don't tell me you saw it in a book? Zhong Shou instantly felt a headache, knowing that Xianyuan Iren would ask about the reason. Luckily, he wasn't as worried about Zhong Weiran as he was before. The Gantian Mountain Monster King position was already decided. As for Zhong Weiran, he would think about that in the future. Since he had already joined Song Xingdao, with the scriptures and books in his treasury. At that time, he would be able to perfect the One Origin sword to a certain extent. I really read it from a book. As he said that, Zhong Shou shook his head and smiled. During the year of the setting sun, the spiritual salamander went up against Shizi. It couldn't win, so it cut off its tail to survive. Its tail fell into the saint burial ground. Actually, this mist is formed from the blood of the spiritual salamander. The spiritual salamander is one of the ancestors of the beast race, which is why its blood is the most effective against beasts and monsters. However, it is also poisonous. There are many more. Do you want me to recite them to you? Xianyuan Iren scoffed and turned her face away, thinking to herself that she had read so much, so why didn't she bump into it? In the future, she would definitely flip through the Linhai College and Gantian mountain book stacks to see whether or not what Zhong Shou said was true. Thinking about how since he was the ancestor of Tsang Mountain Path, Shizi, then he most probably knew about this place from his Saint Realm senior brother. Actually, this place isn't totally without danger, it is just that the time is coincidental. Zhong Shou cast another spell and continued to sweep away the mist, following which one could see many beast corpses buried in the ground. Every night, when the yin energy of heaven and earth is at its strongest, the poison here would become stronger. At that time, even grade 5 experts would find it hard to take and would need to find a place to hide. Following which he looked around. This valley is roughly 400 miles wide. The further one goes, the lower the terrain and the stronger the mist. There should be less than 7,000 beasts here. However, I heard that the bottom is connected to an abyss. Every day, beasts and evil spirits would be attracted by the mist and enter this place. Iren instantly felt a little regretful. There were too few beasts here, and they were destined to not be used on a large scale. Even if new beasts entered, it wouldn't be easy to form too much of such essence blood. Shurdan, on the other hand, was slightly moved, even though she knew that this place wouldn't be of much use. However, Zhong Shou didn't even hide such a treasure land and the spirit salamander's tail from an outsider like her. It could be seen that he trusted her a lot. With such a monarch, it was worth it to defy the sex order and stay under Zhong Shou's command. In that case, we'll have to hunt these poisonous beasts for the next few days? When Xianyuan Iren asked this question, she was slightly puzzled. Zhong Shou, are you not planning to go when the Dragon Gate opens? It's you, not me. How can I not go to the Dragon's Gate? Martial Sage's remnant image. Zhong Shou smiled and looked at the stunned crowd. What are you all standing there for? Could it be that you want me to do it myself? Do you want me to deliver the essence blood to your mouths? 2 grade 4 dragon horned winged horses sped through the swamp. As they were grade 4 beasts, their combat strength was extremely strong and they had dragon blood in their bodies. The person riding on them also gave off an extraordinary aura, which was why there weren't any blind beasts in the swamp that came to find trouble with them. The person in front was Zhong Yuan. He rode the horse forward while paying attention to the surroundings and under his feet. In this swampland, the most dangerous place was within the mud. No matter what kind of monster it was, it could be hidden. If one was unlucky, one might even meet a grade 7 beast. His personality was like that. Even if he knew that Zhong Shou's combat strength was far above his, he still went all out. The one sitting on the dragon-horned winged horse behind was naturally Zhong Shou. At this moment, he was in a half-awake state. He only left a bit of his spiritual sense to be wary of the surroundings, paying attention to the changes in his soul ocean. He had no choice but to do so. Actually, since he advanced to return to Sun Spirit Master, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. All of this was because of the swallow and purify talismans which caused his soul ocean to mutate. In the past, this whirlpool was still restrained. Although it was swallowing heaven and earth spiritual energy, it was a small amount. However, since he formed these 2 true spiritual talismans, this whirlpool had a core and its suction strength was more than 10 times stronger. It also didn't just swallow normal 5-element spiritual energy, but directly swallowed source spiritual energy, the source of all this spiritual energy. Even if he formed 7 complete spiritual veins in his soul ocean, it still didn't stop. It caused the whirlpool to continue to strengthen and compress. Purely in terms of soul power, he was no weaker than Zhongling, who had entered the Return to Sun realm 15 years ago and was about to form 9 spiritual talismans, 6 times stronger than same-grade spirit masters. As such, Zhong Shou was always worried about what changes would happen after this soul ocean, causing him to lose his life in his sleep. The only thing that made him happy was that one origin sword. Since he recovered the lost land of Gantian Mountain and swallowed 3 provinces, he had 10 more cities directly under his rule. His population also increased by 50 million. The dragon energy within the sword continued to grow and strengthen. The dragon shape on the sword body also became more and more obvious. The Emperor Wind incantation also easily broke through to the 6th level. This was also Zhong Shou suppressing it from start to finish. This was because he didn't carve it to cultivate. If he focused on cultivating it, charging into the 7th realm would be really easy. However, that 9-layer pagoda was even stronger. It pressed down on his soul ocean, not moving at all. Thousands of threads of auspicious energy brushed down. While repairing his soul, it also suppressed this sword. The only thing that was surprising was that ever since he put on a show in the Taigang Stone Hall of Zhenzhen Peak that day, the corrosive power of this so-called Qi of the Tao of the King did not seem to be as strong. It seemed to be much gentler, making one feel at ease. The sun slowly set, and within the swamp, it became more and more dark and cold. This was the most dangerous time of this place. The 2 of them still didn't stop, urging the mounts to continue to charge forwards. Roughly 4 hours later, they could see a 30,000 feet tall mountain in front of them. "Ruler, we have arrived at Dragon Gathering Mountain." Zhong Yuan raised his head and took a close look, only to see that apart from the mountain being especially tall and huge, there wasn't anything special about it. There was nothing out of the ordinary about this place. It was surrounded by swamps on 3 sides and by the sea. The only thing that was surprising was that the vegetation on the mountain was unusually exuberant. Zhong Shou also woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he smiled. As expected from the name of Dragon Gathering, at the foot of the mountain there were dozens of spiritual veins gathered. It was also the beginning and end of the 7 large dragon veins. The path of the mountain was really weird. If it wasn't for the location being a little wrong and being surrounded by swamps where humans couldn't survive, this place would have been a great city. This place was the best place to establish a city and a capital, and it could be nourished by the king's qi. However, even then, this place was still a top burial ground. It was the so-called blessed land in Fengshui and could be listed as a 1st grade. In truth, 5,000 years later when the swamps dried up, it was true that a large city had been built here, and a large country had also risen. The 2 of them walked to the foot of the mountain and found a dry place to sit down. At this moment, there were roughly 4 days until the Dragon Gate opened. The mountain was covered in restrictions placed by the martial saint. It was said that there were many beasts that used this place as their nest and were really strong. This was why the 2 of them weren't in a rush to go up the mountain. Zhong Yuan started a fire and sat down not far from it. He took out a silver-white liquid from a magnetic bottle and absorbed it into his body from his palm. This was what the 2 of them got from hunting under the cloud ocean. During these few days, the group of them hunted and killed under the cloud ocean. They gathered roughly 400 drops and let the 2 of them bring it over. Actually, based on what Zhong Shou wanted, he was planning to come to this Dragon Gate alone. However, Zhong Yuan was worried and wanted to follow. Considering that the remnant image of the martial saint was of great help to him, Zhong Shou could only agree. What he didn't expect was that Xianyuan Iren wasn't willing to follow. She said that it was okay with him teaching her the martial path sword intent. If she missed out on the spiritual salamander blood today, who knows if she would have another chance in the future. She didn't care about the martial saint image at all. As expected, What this little girl was most interested in was still pill refining. This made Zhong Shou, who was originally looking forward to the couple traveling together, feel really sad. He also took out 2 drops of silver-white blood, one of which he let little Gold swallow. As for the other drop, he absorbed it into his palm. The spiritual salamander blood could increase one's strength and strengthen one's bloodline. When beasts ate it, they didn't need to do anything, and they could awaken the abilities and memories left by their ancestors. Little Gold was like that. Each time it ate, the changes in its body would increase by a little. The patterns on its skin became more and more mysterious, like it was a natural spiritual formation. The meridians in its body not only didn't increase, but instead became much simpler. However, the efficiency of the monster power circulation greatly increased. In just a few days, the item mimicking ability had risen by half a grade. Zhong Shou used the spiritual salamander essence blood to strengthen his body as well as comprehend the martial path. After eating it, he would immediately refine it and use the insight mysterious lightning body training art to train his body. Unfortunately, this Tsang Shengdao's top body training technique focused on one's heart and soul. Even Zhong Shou couldn't split his attention and use it too much. He could only continue to comprehend the maniac lightning sword intent. This matter wasn't considered splitting his attention and instead helped him a lot. After a few days, his comprehension of this sword intent had also greatly increased. That lightning-winged yang snake also benefited from it. There were a few times when he was ready to make a move and wanted to break through, but he was stopped by the invisible, heavenly barrier. After consuming a drop of essence blood, Zhong Shou used a full hour to complete it. He only felt that his energy consumption was huge. However, this body training had many improvements to his body. In a few more days, I can merge the 7th and 8th earth veins into my body. At this moment, his body had already completed the merger of 2 chakra and 3 meridians. With the foundations of his last life, Zhong Shou's martial path intent had already reached an extremely high realm. The martial ancestor realm barrier didn't stop him at all. Chapter 333. Zhong Shou had reached the martial ancestor realm 2 days after the 5th and 6th earth veins entered his body. If it wasn't for him worrying about his own realm and not stabilizing it within his body, the changes due to the increase in realms still hadn't stopped. At this moment, he could complete the merger of the 4th meridian and step into the 4th meridian martial ancestor realm. Before Wei Su left, he left behind those martial arts manuals and scriptures. It could help him perfect that world-shocking spiritual art to the 5th stage of the Earth Chakra level, not long after Zhong Shou finished his body training homework for the day. Zhong Yuan had already woken up from his meditation, the starlight in his eyes was clear, and he was full of energy. Zhong Shou smiled when he saw that. Since he obtained the blood of the spiritual salamander, this Zhong Yuan's floating aura was becoming more and more stable by the day. The biggest obstacle for this fellow to charge into Xuanwu ancestor was his physical body. At this moment, he had the insight mysterious lightning body training art and the external strength of the spiritual salamander blood. Each time he cultivated, it could cause his foundations to become more stable. His comprehension of the maniac lightning spear sense was also increasing. Actually, at this moment, Zhong Yuan's aura wasn't as impulsive as before. It didn't have that feeling of losing control at any moment. The hidden dangers of his quick advancement were being removed bit by bit. Even the purple lightning that seeped out of his body was disappearing, reaching an undetectable level. He took out the illusionary heart mirror and was about to enter meditation once more. Zhong Shou's brows frowned as he looked at the swamp not far away. They came so quickly, only to see a cavalry unit galloping over from the depths of the swamp. They were all grade 3 mounts. Their cultivation wasn't high and low, the highest was grade 6 peak vision, the lowest was only grade 3 beast. However, most of them were spirit masters. Martial cultivators only took up a quarter. Those sects and aristocratic families mostly had seniors taking care of them. Entering and exiting Dragon Gathering Mountain, most of them had seniors taking care of them. Traveling in the air, they could cross 1,000 miles in an instant. The factionless cultivators of Donglin Cloud Continent who weren't at the Ascended Realm couldn't participate. There were many powers who had the ability to interfere. However, Chai Yuan had sealed off the area with his army in advance. Those who could enter the assembled Dragon Mountain by land were very few. There were only a few powers within Gantian Mountain. One of them was Linhai Academy. Judging from their attire, they were from the academy. Zhong Shou smiled and dismissed the idea of meditating. His gaze wandered around as he searched through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, it landed on someone. It was a young man dressed in the most ordinary of green robes. Her face was slightly ashen white, but she looked 60% similar to Gong Shinran. After seeing this person, Zhong Shou instantly felt his mind relax. He knew that this teen was most probably Gong Shinran's brother. Sure enough, it was just like what Ruoxue said. This kid followed his sister's old path and entered Linhai Academy a year ago. He seemed to be a dual cultivator. At such a young age, he was both a mythic master and a spirit cultivation realm spirit master, both entering grade 3. Her talent was much higher than Gong Shinran's. No wonder the few deans of Linhai Academy insisted on bringing him to the Dragon Gate. He thought back to the martial secrets lying in his heaven and earth bag. As long as he sent this item out, it would be considered as solving one of Zhong Shou's wishes. His heart would be free of worries and cause and effect. It would definitely make his heart clearer. Speaking of which, he hadn't tried hard to unravel the secrets of this item. Apart from feeling a little weird at the start, he didn't pay much attention to it. Even if there were any secrets, it should belong to the Gong family and had nothing to do with him. Since he was entrusted by someone, he had to be loyal. He didn't want to steal the items of the Gong family. Thinking about how this matter could be settled, Zhong Shou felt delighted. At most, he would write a recommendation letter in the future. Asking Lei Dong to let this person enter Wujua Villa was already taking care of him. Linhai Academy was founded by a few Day Wandering Realm factionless cultivators and a few Confucian Path cultivators. It had been passed down for 5,000 years and slowly formed up in Donglin Cloud Continent. On one side, they spread Confucianism, on the other, they taught disciples spells in exchange for benefit. Some hidden sects sent people to stay here to select and test disciples. To have someone enter Wujua Villa was the honor of the academy. Zhong Yuan silently held his spear, still sitting there like a clay statue. His wariness instantly increased to the maximum. Zhong Shou smiled, picking up a branch and poking at the fire. At this moment, there were too many people and it wasn't convenient for him to hand over the martial secrets in front of so many people. This was why he didn't have any intentions of reuniting with him. After the Linhai Academy people arrived at the foot of the mountain, they also sized up the two of them warily. However, there weren't many places for them to rest, so they could only choose to rest at the side. A moment later, he heard an exclamation, "It's junior brother Zhong Shou?" Samuraim's eyes constricted as he looked towards the direction of the voice. As expected, when he saw a few familiar people, the 13 years of memories in his head instantly came alive. He recognized a few of them, the few outstanding people of Zhong Shou's batch. The one who spoke was a year older than him, a 15-year-old teen. He was dressed really well, wearing a golden crown. His face seemed really simple and honest. Zhong Shou recognized that this person was called Zhong Li Suang. He was said to be a disciple of a hidden aristocratic family in Donglin Cloud Continent. His family's strength could be compared to some. There were a few grade 7 experts in the sect. Who knows why, but he joined Linhai Academy. His strength wasn't weak, reaching the peak of the spirit cultivation realm, just a few steps away from being able to use his soul to leave his body. At this moment, the ones who were more shocked were the teachers who led the team. They all looked over, but their eyes were really complicated, filled with respect, guilt, and worry. They wanted to go up and greet him, but they were hesitating. Although they didn't speak, Zhong Shou knew what these few people were thinking. In these 3 years, Zhong Shou's situation in Linhai Academy wasn't good. Especially in the last month, when Zhong Weiran and Gantian Mountain were in a precarious situation. Not only the students, but even the teachers who taught him looked at him coldly, extremely cold. At that time, no one would have expected that Zhong Shou could actually return to Gantian Mountain and kill Zhong Shi, inheriting the position of Monster King. They definitely didn't expect that in just a few months, the situation in Donglin Cloud Continent would change so much. Gantian Mountain rose up once more, controlling 12 provinces, along with Xian Mountain, which he would inherit in the future. Close to a third of Donglin Cloud Continent was under his control. The regions that Linhai Academy's influence reached were all under his rule. Smiling coldly, Zhong Shou wasn't willing to bother, playing with the fire in boredom, looking at the flames change. However, within the crowd, a laugh spread out. Zhong Shou? That trash prince? He's not dead yet? The voice was slightly sharp, filled with mocking intent. A person who learned for 3 years and couldn't complete the focus calming, what is he doing here? Does he think that this Dragon Gate martial saint image can help him? He doesn't have the talent to cultivate spiritual cultivation, so he should know his place. Zhong Shoxin was startled, thinking to himself, what kind of weirdo was this? To still call him prince, he probably didn't know about him. However, to be so bold to openly mock him in front of the teachers, he should have some status. Raising his eyelids, he saw a slightly fat person laughing coldly as he walked beside Zhong Li Suang. His eyes were filled with a mocking expression as he looked over. He recognized this person. He was called Hai Hongzhen. His family background wasn't ordinary, just a little weaker than Zhong Li Suang. Thinking about that, Zhong Shou recalled several grievances in Linhai Academy because of this person. That Zhong Shou was beaten up by him several times. Time and time again, he was beaten half to death and humiliated wantonly. At the start, there were teachers of the academy who helped him out on account of Gantian Mountain. In the end, no one cared anymore. These scenes were deeply etched in Zhong Shou's memory. He hated this little fatty, on the same level as Zhong Yu. However, at this moment, when Zhong Shou thought about it, he felt really calm. However, at this moment, the person who panicked was another return to Sun Realm Spirit Master from Linhai Academy, who scolded, "Shut up! His Highness Zhong Shou is now the Monster King of Gantian Mountain, controlling 12 provinces. A day ago, he defeated Taoyuan City, forcing Yunxia and Blazing Flame City Lords to cut off their arms. He has tens of millions of troops under him. What courage do you have to offend him?" Scolding wasn't enough, he even reminded him. Even Zhong Li Suang, who recognized Zhong Shou first, had a green face. That little fatty Hai Hongzhen was also slightly shocked. He looked at Zhong Shou in disbelief. Recently, he was in secluded meditation and didn't know much about the matters of the outside world. He also didn't dare to believe that the person he bullied a year ago had actually become the Monster King of Gantian Mountain, who controlled 12 provinces. Following which, he looked at the weird gazes of everyone, including his classmates. His expression changed, his eyes filled with rage. So what if he is the Monster King of Gantian Mountain? What I said just now wasn't wrong. Trash is trash. I just want to scold him. What can he do to me? He laughed coldly. You all are afraid of him, but my high family isn't. He is just a small Monster King. A year ago, he was just someone who I beat up until he didn't dare to speak. Zhong Shou originally didn't care, but when he heard that, he was annoyed. He closed his eyes. Make him shut up. Zhong Yuan's gaze instantly turned sharp. When he was quiet, he was like a stone statue, not moving at all. However, when he moved, he was like a fleeing rabbit, so fast that one couldn't see him. A purple spear directly struck towards the people within Linhai College. The martial arts of the seven-tailed sky fox race focused on illusionary technique. Zhong Shou, on the other hand, walked a totally different path, sharp and overbearing, swift and unparalleled. Those few Linhai College teachers' faces instantly changed. A few body-protecting spells were cast on Hai Hongjin right away. Two Xuanwu ancestors each held a sword, two swords slashing diagonally, locking down Zhong Yuan's body. However, they saw that Zhong Yuan didn't dodge at all. The lightning glow was like a dragon. He actually took it head-on, a spear flower shaking out, instantly shattering the two swords. Following which, without waiting for these few people to react, his body slid 500 feet, the tip of the spear directly stabbing towards Hai Hongjin's throat. Chapter 334. Pung! When that sharp spear image pierced through the heavy spell barriers, a blood mist spread out. Immediately, a mist of blood drifted in the air. Hai Hongjin's neck was completely broken and exploded. That meaty head flew into the air. Just as everyone's gazes were either averting their gazes as they couldn't bear to watch, or being attracted by the rolling head, a voice rang out. Zhong Yuan's body retreated like a ghost. When he came to the side of the bonfire, he was still sitting cross-legged like he hadn't moved at all. The entire process didn't take more than a breath. Only the 10 grade 5 and above experts didn't miss it. Like those students, when they heard Zhong Shou say, "Shut up," a light flashed. Hai Hongjin's head flew into the air. The blood that splattered out sprayed Zhong Lisuang, who was at the side, all covered in blood. Those few returned to Sun Spirit Masters and Xuanwu ancestors all had ashen white faces. The latter were still okay, but the former were shocked and wary, instinctively calling out their protector beast. One wasn't enough, they needed more than two to be at ease. In that instance, they were only able to send out one spell, which was broken by Zhong Yuan in one strike. The two Xuanwu ancestors weren't able to block him. In other words, at this distance, if Zhong Yuan went all out, he could kill any one of them in one strike. Zhong Shou's mouth was also wide open as he looked at the scene in shock. Zhong Yuan, I only said to make him shut up. Even if the original Zhong Shou had a lot of grievances towards Hai Hongjin, after all, there was a layer of emotional distance between them. In his eyes, it was just a fight between kids. He wouldn't go so far as to argue with a 15-year-old teen over such a matter. Although he wanted to teach him a lesson, no matter what, he wouldn't take his life because of this verbal argument. Did Zhong Yuan misunderstand what he meant? To make him shut up, to kill him with one shot was indeed a good way to shut him up. This subject understands monarch's intentions. Zhong Yuan's expression was blank, but his face turned red for the first time, revealing an embarrassed expression. Just now, I couldn't control myself. Zhong Shou was stunned again. Only then did he remember that Zhong Yuan's recent progress had indeed stabilized, but it was still not truly stable. The Insight Mystic Thunder Body Tempering art was a mystic art that was far beyond their level. Even he could not fully control it, let alone Zhong Yuan. It was fine if he wanted this guy to kill someone, but if he wanted him to show some restraint, then sorry. Thinking of this, Zhong Shou frowned. How should he deal with the aftermath? After a moment, he could only sigh. Forget it, what's done is done. Anyway, this fellow is indeed an eyesore. Immediately, he stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the genuine qi that he had consumed from cultivating the Insight Mysterious Thunder Body Tempering art had yet to recover. But at this moment, he had just slaughtered someone else's student. If he continued to stay here, he would only cause trouble for them. However, just as Zhong Shou got on his horse and was about to leave, on the other side, the tens of people from Linhai College were filled with emotions. An old man around 70, wearing a Confucian robe, walked out from the crowd. His face was thin and his eyes were filled with anger. With a few large steps, he blocked the path of the two of them. "Your Highness Zhong Shou, do you still remember me?" Zhong Shou tilted his head and thought about it. After a long while, he found some relevant memories, nodding his head. "I know you, Linhai College's first-grade Professor Shiyan. When I was searching for people to teach me spells, I couldn't find you 10 out of 10 times." Shiyan's face flushed slightly red before it recovered, saying coldly, "My student just doesn't know much about the world and doesn't know the severity of his words. He didn't mean it. Just because of a disagreement, Your Highness ordered your subordinates to kill. What kind of logic is that? This Hai Hongjin is also your classmate. Doesn't Your Highness feel that you are too cruel? Your Highness, please give me an explanation today." "Then what kind of explanation do you want me to give you?" Zhong Shou was already impatient. At this moment, when he heard that, he was even more annoyed. He wasn't willing to argue with the other party, directly asking, "I will kill all of you here. Are you satisfied with this explanation, Professor Shi?" Shiyan held his breath, his face alternating between red and white. Those Linhai College people, from the professors to the following disciples, all felt a chill in their hearts. Shiyan opened his mouth several times to speak but swallowed it back down. Back and forth a few times before he furiously opened his mouth. "Preposterous! Preposterous! Justice is in the hearts of the people. Does Your Highness think you can threaten me? Your subjects might have strong spear techniques, but if they want to kill all of us, Your Highness can forget about leaving this place alive?" As he spoke, his body trembled slightly, as if he was quite angry. "Stop the nonsense. If you want to help your students stand up, then attack." As he said that, Zhong Shou understood. "You are worried that the Fair family will find trouble with you." Seeing Shiyan keep silent, Zhong Shou instantly shook his head. "If you want them to directly find me, this kid is rude, and I have ordered people to kill him. If you are unhappy, you can come and reason with me. If you dare to block me, I will kill you too. If you make me angry, sooner or later I will burn your Linhai College." After he finished, he was lazy to talk nonsense with this old man. He directly urged his horse and slowly headed towards the depths of the mountain. Shiyan hesitated slightly, but after a short moment he still moved aside. He focused on the backs of Zhong Shou and Zhong Yuan as they slowly left. He muttered to himself, feeling weird in his heart. Not seeing him for a year, how did this Zhong Shou become such a person? Vicious and decisive, filled with sharpness, he wasn't as careful as before. That intimidating aura just now even made him feel a little fearful. On the side, Zhong Liswang and the few people who were familiar with Zhong Shou in the past were also at a loss. They also knew that the Zhong Shou in the past was really determined. Even though he was a piece of trash, he was still really determined. When he fought with others, he was the same. He knew that he wasn't his match. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't admit defeat. However, he wasn't as strong as now. Just one word and he could end a person's life. Senior brother Hai died just like that? The person who spoke didn't dare to look at Hai Hongjin's corpse. His voice trembled. When did that Zhong Shou become so vicious? Vicious? Senior brother Hongjin bullied him every day. Now that he has power and such an expert following him, it would be weird if he didn't find a chance to take revenge. Senior brother Hai didn't know how to read the situation. However, just now junior brother Zhong was really domineering. In the past, everyone looked down on him and didn't see that he was so smart. In just a few months, he became the overlord of the Cloud Continent. This time, the person who spoke was a girl who was 16 years old. However, it made the people around frown. No matter how much power he has, no matter how smart he is, so what? In the end, he is still a piece of trash. Mortals at most have 80 years of lifespan. In the future, when our souls roam the world, this person would have turned into a cup of dirt. In this life, if we have the chance, we can roam the world. Sooner or later, I will help senior brother Hai take revenge. I heard that a while ago, there was news from Gantian Mountain. They said that this Zong Shou could kill grade 6 beasts when he was young. Before entering our Linhai College, he forced back the Yin Flood Dragon. However, to avoid the Shui family, he came to our college to study. Isn't that a joke? I saw clearly what Zong Shou was like in those 3 years. Even if he wanted to make himself look good, he didn't have to do that. They all said that this person is talented, but I think he is just SOSO. If it wasn't for the loyalty of his father's subordinates, he would have died long ago. I think he won't be happy for too long. The Hai family people won't let this matter rest so easily. The crowd discussed. Those teachers were also shocked and didn't say anything to stop them. Zhong Li Suang came back to her senses, wiping off the blood on her face. She didn't have the mood to join in the discussion. Hearing the words of the people around, she only felt a chill in her heart. Hai Hongzhen had died, and the many senior brothers here seemed to be fighting for justice. Actually, no one really cared about his life or death. Behind the crowd, there were a few shrewd people who kept silent and didn't speak. Zhong Li Suang looked behind her, only to see a teen looking in the direction that Zong Shou left, like he was deep in thought about something. Riding the horse 1,000 feet out, Zong Shou could still hear the discussions behind him. Some were filled with righteous rage, some were gloating. Zong Shou didn't bother about them, totally blocking them out of his ears. This dragon-gathering mountain was 500 miles from north to south. It was really wide and didn't have many branches, which was why the slope was really small. However, when Zong Shou and Zhong Li Suang passed through the dense forest, they had just walked tens of miles. They felt an intent that wasn't there and wasn't there. It didn't leave any physical traces, only affecting the soul, continuously attacking. This is fist intent. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes to feel, when he discerned the source of the martial path intent. Instantly, he looked towards the peak of the mountain in shock. Zong Shou slightly nodded his head. You guessed correctly. The restriction that the martial saint left is nothing else but this martial path intent. If you can take it, then naturally you can enter. If you can't, then you can only stop halfway. Most of them martial artists were like that. They liked to be direct and didn't have so many tricks up their sleeves like spirit masters. Following which Zong Shou felt conflicted. Today he was also cultivating spiritual cultivation. Even his spiritual cultivation was much higher than his martial path. After walking tens of miles, those 2 dragon-horned winged horses weren't willing to take a step forward no matter how the 2 of them urged them. They seemed really uneasy and impulsive. Zong Shoxin was slightly surprised. Although these 2 dragon-horned winged horses were raised by humans, they didn't have their wild nature anymore. However, as grade 4 beasts, they shouldn't be so afraid of the martial saint intent. That was a little too embarrassing. Although the intent was left by the saint, its strength wasn't even a millionth of what it was when he was alive. Moreover, they were so far away. Speaking of which, these 2 horses were specially trained war horses. Helplessly, the 2 of them could only temporarily abandon the horses and walk up the mountain. However, Zong Shoxin wasn't as lazy and careful as before. To be able to make the dragon-horned winged horses act like that, maybe there was some huge danger ahead that they sensed, which was why they weren't willing to move forward. Chapter 335. Switching to walking, Zong Shou's movements became stiff. However, he could still walk like the wind, 1 step for hundreds of feet, not wasting any energy. Today, he had changed to a new set of external bones. In the future, it was called the Lightning Walking Type 4. Jiefu City and the Beast Tomb under the Cloud Ocean made him rich, earning a lot. Naturally, the equipment also jumped from the 1st generation of Thunderwalk to the 4th generation. All the materials were taken from a grade 6 lightning cloud whale, a part of the spine close to the heart. Not only was it extremely firm, comparable to same-grade spiritual artifacts, it was also as light as a feather, soft and hard. When worn on the body, it was pretty much the same as a piece of clothing. Inside, one could gather the power of lightning. After Zhong Shou made it, he personally tested it, not needing to use true qi. Just using the strength of the external bone itself, it could suppress martial ancestors, making it hard for them to block. Moreover, its current speed was only at its normal speed. Once electricity was used, it could increase its speed by 10 times. It was really amazing. Actually, this lightning-walking external bone had a total of 12 models and 79 types of branches. When it reached the 5th form, one would need to use grade 7 materials. It wasn't that Zhong Shou didn't think about crafting stronger models, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a suitable blacksmith beside him. This lightning-walking external bone was good in every way except for one point, which made Zhong Shou feel helpless. It still wasn't nimble enough, and when it walked, it was still like a wooden puppet. Walking forwards, they walked roughly 70 miles. Zhong Shou's mouth would occasionally give out light whistles, sometimes thick and vigorous, sometimes clear and sharp, spreading out in all directions. Speaking of which, it was weird. In this dense dragon veins, where strong beasts gathered. His journey was smooth, and he didn't face any danger at all. This was a technique he learned in the future, simulating the roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix to scare the beasts. Even if those beasts had their own intelligence, they wouldn't carelessly attack if they were suspicious. Most of them would even avoid them. However, just as the mountain slope was getting steeper, Zhong Shou heard a continuous rustling sound by his ear. His figure instantly stopped, and in the next moment, his expression changed greatly. Demon fire crystal ant, damn, why is there such a thing here? It was rare for him to curse out viciously. Zhong Shou instantly activated the lightning bone to the extreme. With 10 times the speed of before, he pulled Zhong Yuan and crazily retreated. Until they were 60 miles out, not far away, there were tens of giant rocks protruding out. Zhong Shou used his spiritual sense to investigate. He was delighted. He stopped running, directly jumping onto the highest giant rock. He first stepped on it with his feet. Sure enough, it was a type of hard stone called snow grain rock. It was about 120 feet above the ground, which was about enough height. 100 feet of space was neither big nor small, just enough for the two of them to defend. Following which he didn't stop, using an unprecedented speed and efficiency, he drew spiritual patterns and placed beast crystals on the giant rock. A few minutes later, when the spiritual formation was completed, one could see that the snow pattern rock was hardening at a speed that was hard for the naked eye to follow. It became extremely cold. The outer shell was covered in a layer of frost. Zhong Shou still didn't feel at ease, taking out 36 small flying swords and placing them within the spiritual formation. This was the set of bamboo leaf swords that he got from Wuye on the altar of Gantian Mountain. Some of them were broken, but Zhong Shou didn't repair them. He only entrusted the remaining portion to a grade 6 blacksmith to refine. He then added in some precious materials to change its appearance, turning it into a set of nondescript flying swords. It was still a bamboo leaf sword, but it had an additional ice element. Zhong Shou called it the bamboo leaf ice sword. He tried to use his mind to control this set of flying swords, but he was too focused on the east and couldn't control the west. The flying swords danced all around, not forming any order. To judge this set of flying swords, although power was really strong, his ability to split his attention was also perversely strong. Zhong Shou was envious, but he didn't have time to train his ability to split his attention, so he could only give it up. However, along with this spiritual formation, power wasn't weak at all. After the spiritual formation was laid out, those 36 bamboo leaf ice swords suddenly disappeared, disappearing without a trace. Zhong Shou looked behind him. only to see that the ant swarm he expected didn't chase over. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief, but his heart was still really wary. Zhong Yuan had been looking on as Zhong Shou laid out the formation on the rock. Although he found it weird, he didn't disturb him. Only at this moment did he ask, "Ruler, what is that demon fire crystal ant to make you so afraid?" Fleeing and laying out formations, he had never seen Zhong Shou so panicky before. With his ruler's strength, even if there were grade 7 beasts, the two of them should be able to escape unscathed. It's a grade 4 spiritual ant. Zhong Yuan felt weirder and weirder. Grade 4? If it was grade 4, why did he need to be so afraid? Following which he heard Zhong Shou continue, "They like to form groups. One ant swarm is at least 3,000. If there are soldier ants, they are at least grade 6. They grow around the demon abyss and love to eat living beings. They are born with wings. Although they can't fly, they can jump 1,000 feet. Zhong Yuan's head felt numb when he heard that. Thinking about 3,000 Xiantian experts, there were also many grade 6 ones. Instantly, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked behind him. If they were surrounded by the ant swarm, then even if they were really skilled, they would have to fight to the death. He also felt worried. Although Zhong Shou had laid out a spiritual formation to defend, they were still trapped here. However, being trapped here was also a worrying situation. If he couldn't escape, he would die sooner or later. On the other side, Zhong Shou had already used spirit master methods to summon some dry branches. He also used the lightning-winged sword to slay tens of beasts and suck them back. He openly raised a fire and started to barbecue. However, he didn't have time to carefully cook it, casually peeling the skin and barbecuing it until it was half-cooked. He passed some to Zhong Yuan before he started to chomp down. While eating, he instructed, "Eat more and save up some energy. There will be a tough battle later. The demon fire crystal ants are really quick. The movement speed of those soldier ants is even faster than grade 7 beasts. Once they lock onto your aura, you won't be able to escape. However, you just need to defend till dawn and you can break free. Nothing in the world is perfect. No matter how strong a living being is, it has its weakness and there are ways to counter it. What these demon fire crystal ants are most afraid of is sunlight." Only then did Zhong Yuan's doubts disappear. Looking at the sky, it wasn't midnight yet. He didn't hesitate and started to wolf down. At the martial ancestor realm, one could actually not eat, absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world and turning it into vital energy for one's own use. However, at this level, the consumption of daily cultivation and battle was even greater. Purely relying on heaven and earth spiritual energy couldn't achieve a balance. His appetite instead increased by 10 times. Not long after the two of them settled down, a group of people rushed over from afar. It was the group from Linhai College. It seemed like they were rushing to the Dragon Gate entrance at the waist of the mountain and didn't intend to rest at the foot of the mountain. It made Zhong Shou really regretful. If he knew that this would happen, he would have been thick-skinned and spent more time below. That group of people looked at Zhong Shou awkwardly. They acted like they didn't see anything and continued forwards. Zhong Shou frowned and decided to open his mouth to remind them, "There are demon fire crystal ants ahead. You all haven't come into contact with them, it's best if you return." The people from Linhai College acted like they didn't hear anything, their footsteps didn't stop. Shi Yan, who was the leader, also let out a mocking laugh. Faintly, some voices could be heard. "Demon fire crystal ants, what are those things? I have seen them before. They are a type of spiritual ant that grows in the fire veins of the demon abyss. However, I heard that during the Cloud Desolate era, they were pretty much wiped out. The remaining few are under the Cloud Ocean. Is he trying to scare us? What a joke. Speaking of which, isn't this Zhong Shou planning to go to the Dragon Gate? Why did he stop here? This person has no spiritual cultivation and martial path. How can he go up Dragon Gathering Mountain? He is just dreaming, he really doesn't know his place. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips instantly twitched. He thought to himself that since these people wanted to die, then let them. He was too lazy to care. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhong Shou adjusted his breathing. He turned the meat of the elite beasts into essence energy and spiritual energy, absorbing it into his body. Now, he could eat a wild tusk boar in one meal. At this moment, he ate more to store energy, but he felt bloated. Thinking about it, Zhong Shou still shook his head. He tossed hundreds of grade 4 beasts towards the giant stone at the side. On the snow-patterned stone, he laid out a spiritual formation. It wasn't that he was so kind that he didn't care about the past and gave the people from Linhai College a safe place to stay. It was just that one more person meant one more portion of strength. It was best if someone could split some of the strength of the ant swarm. This spiritual formation was an extremely basic grade 4 spiritual formation that he had learned in Linhai College. It wouldn't be able to stop the demon fire crystal ants for long. However, thinking about it, the people from Linhai College could strengthen it and he didn't need to worry. Smiling slightly, Zhong Shou waited quietly. As expected, in just a moment, he saw a bunch of people crazily running back. Their faces were ashen white and filled with fear. The one at the helm was Shi Yan. He was originally panicking and at a loss, but when he looked at the two giant rocks where Zhong Shou and Shi Yan were, his eyes lit up as he rode on the spiritual artifact and flew over. When Zhong Shou saw that, he burst out laughing. This person was really shameless. He actually led the students of the academy. Following which, before he even opened his mouth, Zhong Yuan already knew what he meant. A spear stabbed out, a vast spear shadow directly pierced 1,000 feet below. He scoffed coldly, scrammed to the side. Shi Yan was helpless. He could only turn his body and dodge far away. His face was ashen white, but a moment later joy appeared on his face. He jumped onto the giant mountain at the side and looked around. His joy grew as he hurriedly took out some beast crystals to perfect the spiritual formation. At this moment there were more people from Linhai College who fled over. Shi Yan's eyes were filled with violence as he cast a spell in his sleeves. However, when he saw Zhong Shou stab over from the side with a smile that wasn't a smile, he stopped and allowed the others to charge onto the giant stone. Chapter 336. Out of the 50-odd people from Linhai College, only 20 of them were able to safely return to the stone. Out of those professors and teachers, there were people like Shi Yan who were eager to escape. However, there were also those who fought bitterly at the back to protect the students. Those who were able to safely return to the snow-patterned stone were only 4 grade 6 experts along with some students. Only a few of them reached grade 4 Xiantian or out-of-body realm. They were all risking their lives to strengthen the basic spiritual formations that Zhong Shou had set up. Luckily, they were all from the same sect, and what they learned was similar. There was no conflict between the beast crystals and the spirit runes and talismans that were placed separately. Zhong Shou took a look at these people and didn't dare to be interested. Following which he frowned. Out of this group of people, he didn't see Gong Shinran's brother. He looked out into the distance, only to see a black and red ant wave swarming over. Each one of them was half a person tall and the size of a water vat, looking really vicious. Black flames were burning on their bodies, and their carapaces were translucent and sparkling like scarlet crystals. However, in front of the ant wave, there were a few people who were trying their best to escape. One of them was Gong Shinran's brother. Zhong Shou's expression relaxed as he signaled towards Zhong Yuan. The latter rose up into the air, his body like lightning. In just a moment, he was in front of the ant wave. Many spear shadows were like a storm as they charged forwards. Using the power of the lightning to stimulate and push, there were actually numerous purple spear shadows with electric current. Tens of thousands of them drowned out the ant wave. Samuraim's eyes instantly lit up. This move was known as Maniac Lightning Thousand Blades. It was the best move to show the Maniac Lightning Spear sense. That day, he had used it on Xiong Kuei in front of Zhong Yuan. At this moment, Zhong Yuan had already learned it. Although his control wasn't as good as his, he could only achieve 20% accuracy. However, the overbearingness of this spear was above his in the past. Along with that spear shadow, a fierce and intense energy current surged in all directions. Instantly, dozens of demonic fire crystal ants were completely torn into pieces by the ferocious spear aura. The surrounding crystal ants were also shaken by the wind, their bodies losing their balance, and they were on the verge of falling. Just as the ant tide paused for a moment, Zhong Yuan turned around and grabbed Gong Shinran's brother, not daring to delay at all. With a leap, he returned to the giant rock. The rest of the people also seized this opportunity and continued to run madly. By the time the ant tide recovered, there were already several people who were lucky enough to escape to the giant rock. One of them was Zhong Liswang. Only one person's speed was slightly slower, and he was practically devoured by the ant tide in front of everyone. In the blink of an eye, other than some blood splattering on the ground, he disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just the people from the overgrown Forest Academy who were speechless and shocked. Zhong Yuan also felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the number of ants, there were more than 3,000 of them. With just a rough count, there were over 10,000 demon fire crystal ants. The soldier ants that were 2 grades higher hadn't even appeared. Just now, if he reacted a little slower or fought a little longer, he might not have been able to return safely. Shi Yan's eyes were dark and cold. When he saw Zhong Yuan return safely, for some reason, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Taking in a deep breath, he cupped his fists at Zhong Shou. "Thank you, Your Highness, for reminding us and laying out the spiritual formation such that we have a place to hide. This time your subordinate acted to save the lives of my few disciples. I am really grateful." Zhong Shou glanced at him and was too lazy to bother about him. Even the people from Linhai Academy had looks of disdain on their faces. Those students with normal backgrounds were okay, but people like Zhong Liswang who had family power to rely on all looked coldly at Shi Yan. Some people even wanted to skin this person alive. Shi Yan felt slightly awkward, coughing lightly and not saying anything more. He acted like he was paying attention to the spiritual formation and the situation of the demon fire crystal ants. Looking below, those crystal ants instantly surrounded the 2 giant stone pillars, such that not even a drop of water could pass through. On the side of Linhai Academy, what they laid out was a lightning formation. As long as these crystal ants got close, then there would be tens of lightning slashing down. Along with the tens of spirit masters on the platform activating spiritual talismans at the same time, they instantly killed 60-odd demon fire crystal ant. It caused the ant wave to back off slightly. The area that Zhong Shou occupied was a cold element spiritual formation. Shi Yan's sharp senses noticed that most of the demon fire crystal ants weren't willing to get close. Only then did he remember that crystal ants loved heat and feared cold. Naturally, they were afraid of that area and wouldn't easily get close. Occasionally, there would be tens of demon fire crystal ants that flapped their wings and jumped hundreds of feet high, trying to jump onto the top of the giant stone. Only to see a few sword glows appear, instantly smashing the flying crystal ants into pieces. They disappeared once more, merging into the void. Shi Yan's heart turned cold. He originally thought that the 2 of them would defend a stone alone. Even with an expert like Zhong Yuan, it should be tough. At this moment, he totally retracted his thoughts, the dirty thoughts in his heart instantly disappearing without a trace. He could only worry that with the situation today, even if they escaped, they wouldn't be able to avoid death. The demon fire crystal ants probed a few times and left 200 corpses. They temporarily retreated 1,000 feet out like they were waiting for something. However, it caused everyone to feel even more nervous. They all knew that the truly tough time hadn't arrived yet. They all hurriedly continued to prepare spells and talismans. Zhong Shou took out some of his attention and looked at the teen beside him who was trembling, obviously still in fear. "You are Gong Shinran's brother? You are called Gong Yu? Your Highness knows me?" Gong Yu came back to his senses, following which his eyes lit up. "My sister often mentioned your Highness in her letters. However, during this year, we lost contact with her for a long time." Zhong Shou nodded his head, casting a spell with his right hand in his sleeves. He didn't make a sound as he laid out an illusionary technique around his body. Following which, he took out the Book of Martial Secrets from his heaven and earth bag and tossed it over. "Your sister took this from an ancestor of your Gong family and asked me to pass it to you. Inside there are some annotations from your ancestor as well as some secret techniques of your Gong family. It should be of great help to your cultivation." Gong Yu received the scripture in astonishment. When he flipped it open, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Martial secrets written by 3 saints, all aristocratic families saw it as a secret treasure. Who knew that he would be able to obtain it? Following which, just as joy rose up, Gong Yu thought about his sister. Just as he was about to ask Zhong Shou about her whereabouts, he heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Only to see hundreds and thousands of red crystal ants flying over from the horizon. This time they were all flying ants with 4 pairs of wings. Although there weren't many of them, they were all grade 5 and above. One of them was the most ferocious, having 6 wings. Its body was slightly smaller, but it was like a king, occupying the center of the flying ant swarm. Its compound eyes shone with a merciless glow as it looked down. The ant swarm below all split up into several paths. Hundreds of demon fire crystal ants that were 2 times larger than normal crystal ants walked out from within. The people on the stone pillars all held their breath. Out of the grade 6 experts here, along with the grade 5 peak Zhong Yuan whose strength was immeasurable, there were only 5 of them. After the ant swarm gathered once more, they stopped for a moment. Suddenly, more than 100 flying ants rushed down towards the highest rock. Dozens of soldier ants, with a few of their limbs moving forward, pounced towards the giant rock with the speed of a normal person. With a leap, he spread his wings and soared over 2,000 feet into the air before gliding back down. When the Linhai College people saw that, even those who were grateful before couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Some of them were even secretly gloating over his misfortune. Zhong Shou's lips curled up in a mocking manner. These demon fire crystal ants were strong, but they didn't have a brain. Were they bullying them because they had fewer people? Zhong Yuan was prepared, the purple lightning spear instantly disappearing from his hand. Then, an even more tyrannical intent than before suddenly surged out, only to see a few purple lights jumping around like lightning. Tens of flying ants had their brains pierced and swiftly fell down. In the end, the dozens of purple lightning bolts all gathered together and formed a spear shadow, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 2 6th-grade soldier ants. However, his body seemed to have consumed a lot of energy, panting slightly as he took half a step back. Luckily, the spiritual formation was activated at this moment. A magnetic force was instantly activated. It caused the tens of soldier ants to become several times heavier. They directly fell from the sky, either smashing into one another or smashing into the stone pillars. The hardness of the snow-patterned stone was already strengthened by Zhong Shou's spells. It wasn't damaged at all, instead causing those soldier ants to feel dizzy from smashing into it. The 36 bamboo leaf cold swords were activated at the same time. Quick as lightning, the 4 grade 6 soldier ants were instantly sliced into pieces. At this moment, Zhong Shou also grabbed the lightning-winged sword. Little Gold's body instantly attached onto it, causing this spiritual weapon to strengthen once more. It was close to a grade 7 spiritual weapon. the lightning-winged yang snake once again turned into a lightning glow, wrapping around his right arm. First, he took in a light breath, following which he pulled out his sword. Instantly, the sword shadow flashed, bringing with it a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air around the stone pillars, filling up the gaps that Zhong Yuan's maniac lightning spear couldn't reach. So long as the violet sword light passed by, regardless of whether it was the sand that was as fine as a mustard seed or the enormous soldier ants, everything was directly sliced apart. Moreover, it wouldn't add any more slashes, not wasting any energy. Along with the spiritual formation as well as Zhong Yuan's spear, it sealed up all the space. In just a dozen breaths, 60-odd flying ants were killed by the sword light and spear shadow. Coincidentally, at this moment, the body of the flying ant king flashed, turning into a streak of light, mixing into the ant swarm as it slashed over. Zhong Shou's eyes turned cold, following which he scoffed coldly. He had waited for this fellow for a long time. A red and blue-colored blade light suddenly shot out from his sleeve. It brought with it the world-shocking true energy, leaving behind an afterimage in the eyes of the Grade 6 experts as it slashed over. Chapter 337. At this moment, pretty much everyone who could sense the knife couldn't help but be attracted by it. Like a cloud, like a mist, one illusion turning into 10 as it sped through the air. It was like it didn't exist, but in the eyes of everyone, it was extremely eye-catching. That six-winged ant king seemed to know that it was in a desperate situation as it gave out a sharp cry. Its 6 wings flapped once more as it swiftly retreated. It ordered the tens of flying ants around to block in front of it. That inch-long knife shadow changed once more, making several turns as it changed its trajectory within the flying ant swarm. Moments later, a blood glow appeared, only to hear a "pew" sound as the knife pierced through the stomach of the 6-winged flying ant, following which numerous white liquid exploded out from the wound. That giant ant body also fell down, having no more life force left. The entire flying ant swarm lost control, instantly becoming a ball of chaos as they all flew outwards. Those soldier ants seemed to have been shocked as they carefully retreated. At this moment, the entire area within a radius of 1,000 feet was completely silent, and it was completely quiet. Shi Yan's lips trembled slightly, that exclamation was suppressed in his throat, unable to spit it out in the end. Looking at Zhong Shou's sword, pretty much sweeping and killing, wiping out all the flying ants that were close to the giant stone, he instinctively wanted to exclaim. When he saw that flying knife, his entire body froze on the spot. What did he see? Cloud-shocking God-destroying sword intent. And that flying knife at least changed direction 4 times. He only felt a chill on his neck. His eyes instinctively looked at Zhong Shou's hands, afraid that another flying knife would fly out from his sleeve. Shi Yan was like that, the other Linhai College students were even worse. The gloating expressions of a few of them froze on their faces, following which their bodies instinctively shrank back, afraid that Zhong Shou would look at them. People like Zhong Liswang who came from a large family and had inherited their family's teachings. Their eyes were more unique and knew how dangerous and difficult that knife was. The gaze they looked at Zhong Shou with was also different. They looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. However, at this moment, no one was the first to speak. Zhong Shou only relaxed when the 6-winged flying ant king was killed in one strike. This flying ant king was several times stronger than normal grade 6 beasts. If it was the soldier ant, it wouldn't be a problem for it to fight against 10. According to the level system of the game, it should be a level 60 king monster. Even if it was him, with the 6 gods' defensive saber art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could kill him with a single slash. And once this thing became alert, it would take 100 times more effort to kill it. In the next moment, he felt the vital energy in his body rise and fall once more. He knew that it was a sign that he had used too much of his true chi. Fortunately, his dual meridian physique was much more stable now, so he was able to endure it. Seeing the ant swarm retreat, there was no more movement. After losing a flying ant king, they probably wouldn't come back anytime soon. Zhong Shou returned to the side of the campfire, adjusting his breathing while continuing to eat meat. Actually, as long as he wasn't injured, in terms of recovering energy, the meat of these elite beasts was much more effective than those pills. There was also no poison. In the blink of an eye, the rank 4 striped leopard's entire thigh was eaten until only the bones were left. Then, he saw Gong Yu's shocked and weird gaze. Zhong Shou instantly laughed. "Is there a flower growing on my face?" Gong Yu felt slightly awkward, retracting his gaze. "Other people say that your highness is a dual meridian body and can't learn spells or martial arts. In the past, when you were in Linghai College, you were nearly chased out and bullied by many people. They even said that you were trash." When he said that word, Gong Yu suddenly came to his senses and didn't dare to continue. Zhong Shou smiled without a care. "Calling me trash, the shame of Linhai College, right? It's okay, I'm used to it these few years. Actually, if I have time, I want to kill all the people from Linhai College with one sword." Unfortunately, Zhong Shou is too kind. Gong Yu didn't understand. He didn't know that Zhong Shou was referring to the person from a year ago. He was totally confused, thinking that this Gantian mountain monster king shouldn't have anything to do with being kind. How good at praising himself! The people from Linhai College all felt a chill in their hearts. The few people who had some conflicts with Zhong Shou were all sweating profusely, not daring to even breathe loudly. They were all grumbling in their hearts. If Zhong Shou wanted to hide his strength and hide from the eight-tailed Shui family, then he didn't need to come to Linhai College, right? Moreover, he was acting so well. They were praying sincerely in their hearts for Zhong Shou to forget all about them. At this moment, the people on the stone didn't doubt those preposterous rumors from a few months ago. The few grade 6 experts' faces all turned ashen white. If that was the case, then the 3 years that Zhong Shou spent in the college would be the biggest humiliation of their Linhai College. Once it spread out, they would become the laughingstock of all the colleges. Not too long ago, this monarch had deployed troops over. Unfortunately, I couldn't get over the knife in my heart and wasn't able to attack. The moment he said that, Shi Yan and the others were all covered in cold sweat. This Zhong Shou was pretty much a demon. He actually had plans to surround and wipe out their Linhai College. They also felt fortunate that this fellow still had some humanity and didn't really attack. Zhong Shou didn't know that his joking words caused the teachers and disciples of the college to feel terrified. He was indeed annoyed. This college matter was like a thorn in his heart. However, every time he had thoughts of taking revenge, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. This was a type of heart demon. It was also the remnant thoughts of the already dead Zhong Shou. It seemed like what the college left him wasn't all sad memories. Just as he was sighing, Zhong Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious as he raised his spear once more. Zhong Shou also looked towards the west. A moment later, he saw a golden light charge over. Behind it followed a huge bunch of flying ants. When it got close, it was a huge one whose body was shining with a golden light. He stepped on a golden sword, wearing golden armor on his body and a golden crown on his head. All 10 of his fingers were adorned with dazzling rings. He was forced into a bad state by the flying ants, turning left and right. Zhong Shou's expression slowly became serious. This person's spiritual cultivation and martial path cultivation should have only reached grade 6. However, being chased by hundreds of flying ants, he wasn't injured at all. Each time he attacked, a golden glow would shine all around. Be it spiritual cultivation or martial path secret techniques, they were all at his fingertip. The light effect was really strong, but the killing strength wasn't small either. A pair of fat hands, pretty much each strike would cause 2 to 3 flying ants to fall. When the fatty saw the situation over here, he was delighted. He hurriedly changed the direction of the sword light, charging over without caring about anything. "Thank you all, you can save my life." The faces of the Linhai College people all turned ashen white, filled with rage and hatred. At this moment, there were at least 2,000 flying ants following behind the golden fatty. The ground below was also rumbling, who knows what was following over. The few grade 6 experts all had wary and furious expressions on their faces. That golden-armored fatty took all of this into his eyes, but he didn't care at all. However, when he got close, he suddenly exclaimed. Only at the foot of Zhong Shou's stone pillar laid hundreds of flying ants. There were also dozens of soldier ant corpses. When that grade 6 flying ant king entered his eyes, his pupils constricted. Following which he laughed. "Since this side doesn't welcome me, then forget it. It is better to have less people on the side of these three brothers. I feel more at ease." His body flashed as he changed direction. Then, he directly smashed over to Zhong Shou's side. Speaking of which, it was weird. When this person got close, those 36 bamboo leaf swords were all activated. However, none of them were able to stop this golden-armored fatty. They weren't even able to touch him. When he was beside the bonfire, the fatty's body suddenly stopped. He wiped off his sweat and smiled towards Zhong Shou and Zhong Yuan. "Thank you both. This sword formation isn't simple. Luckily, the two of you weren't serious. Today, I, Jin Buhui, have met an expert." Hearing the name Jin Buhui, not only Zhong Shou's heart rippled. The expressions of the few grade 6 spirit masters on the other side also changed. Zhong Lihan's brows furrowed. "Jin Buhui, the fourth shrine, Haoshuan sect direct disciple senior master Jin Buhui? So there are people who recognize me." That Jin Buhui laughed coldly but didn't bother. Instead, he looked behind him. Those flying ant swarm didn't chase after he entered the formation. The entire ant swarm was crying out like they were exchanging some information. Jin Buhui's expression was first serious and cold. Then, he didn't care, walking over to the bonfire and sitting down. He first smiled and asked, "Just now, I fought with those ants for so long and used up a lot of energy. Can I borrow some food to fill my stomach?" Zhong Shou was busy eating meat and didn't have time to speak, only using his hand to make a "please" gesture. Jin Buhui laughed. He didn't hold back, directly tearing off a leg from the body of a roasted elite beast, and started eating. However, he was much more valiant than Zhong Shou and Zhong Yuan. The two of them were from the fox race, and even when they were wolfing down their food, they were still elegant. When this fellow opened his mouth, it was a huge bloody mouth. With one bite, he ate half of the leg meat. He ground his teeth a few times before swallowing it into his stomach. It isn't delicious. However, at this time we can't care so much. This brother's skills are definitely not bad. Gong Yu looked on with his mouth agape. The three of them seemed to be having a competition, eating all those elite beasts one by one. Apart from bones, nothing was left. After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his mouth. "Your Highness, how is my sister Shinran now?" When Zhong Shou heard that, his expression instantly dimmed. He didn't have the mood to continue eating, throwing the beast leg to the side. "Your sister has unfortunately fallen. I buried her south of Demon Corpse Mountain. In the future, if you have time, you can move her body back to her hometown to bury her." Jin Buhui was originally burying his head in eating, but when he heard those words, he was startled. Chapter 338. Jin Buhui was originally burying his head in the food, but when he heard those words he was startled. His face sunk slightly as he casually took out a cloth and wiped the oil on his hands. He was really careful, not leaving any oil that would affect him holding the sword. "Shinran, Demon Corpse Mountain? Gong Shinran?" The aura beside the bonfire instantly turned cold. Zhong Shou's eyes constricted before he regained his calmness. How does Brother Jean know? I have been there before. Jean Buhui's expression was expressionless as he held the golden sword stabbed into the ground beside him. Just now I heard him call you Your Highness, so your identity is most probably the ruler of a country, right? Let me guess, at 14 years old, only that Gantian mountain monster king who took down 7 provinces in just a few months can match you. Zhong Shou's brows rose up coldly. He could already sense the fighting intent in Jean Buhui's mind. Although he didn't know what was going on, he wasn't afraid. Zhong Yuan's side also stopped his actions. He was like a bowstring that was pulled back, tightly taut and waiting for the moment to be released. In the next instance, he heard Jean Buhui laugh coldly. When I saw the tomb, I thought that your extreme situation was unintentional. Today it seems like that might not be the case. His Highness is truly worthy of the rumors of great talent and bold vision. His wisdom is endless. 1 year ago, he had already foreseen 10 years away. What a sinister mind. Extreme situation? What was going on? Zhong Shou was startled, having a bad premonition. Just as he was about to ask in detail, that Jean Buhui suddenly slashed down with his sword. When the golden sword chopped down, the aura was vast and bright. Zhong Yuan was prepared, stabbing out with his spear. 30 feet, quick as lightning, heading right for Jean Buhui's brow. Kung! As the spear and sword clashed, the stone pillar that was 10 feet wide exploded along with a ball of vast energy. Gong Yu's cultivation was the weakest. His ears were shaken until they bled and he was about to fall off the giant stone. Fortunately, Zhong Shou acted in time and pulled Gong Yu behind him to protect him. Overwhelming sword intent? Zhong Yuan took a few steps back, his expression solemn. It was still his first time encountering an opponent that similarly grasped martial Dao insight. However, he was extremely valiant and still did not hesitate to attack. In the blink of an eye, the sound of metal clashing could be heard within a radius of several zhang. Strong winds surged continuously. Even the people from Linhai College 1,000 feet away felt really bad when they heard that. All the Stage 6 powerhouses' eyelids twitched as they watched. The two of them were only a few feet apart. At this distance, a sword or a spear could be drawn in an instant. It was a test of a person's martial instincts, and it was also the most dangerous. As for Zhong Yuan, the more he fought, the more shocked he was. After each sword Jean Buhui used, the sword intent would become a little more vast and majestic. The momentum was vast and mighty, and it was as if a mountain was pressing down. Pretty much each sword he received, Zhong Yuan would have to take a step back. After receiving 20 swords, he retreated to the side of the stone pillar. He gritted his teeth and was planning to counterattack. However, he heard Zhong Shou's voice, "Back down. Your spear is too long, let me take care of this battle myself." A purple sword shadow suddenly stabbed in. With a ding, it struck the back of the golden sword shadow, forcing it to take a step back and hold its breath. Then, like a maniac wave, it suddenly rose up. Numerous purple sword shadows brought with them a lightning glow as they swept forwards. Its maniac lightning 1,000 blades. Zhong Yuan recognized this move. His eyes lit up and he relaxed. Following which, there was a strong unwillingness to gnaw at his heart. He knew that Zhong Shou was worried about his face, which was why he said that his spear was too long. In close combat, a long weapon was indeed not as good as a short weapon, and it was hard to turn the tides as one wished. However, Zhong Yuan knew that even if what he was best at was the sword, facing this golden armored fatty, he could at most block 30-odd move. At that time, he would definitely lose and wouldn't have any chance to escape. Tens of thousands of sword lights suddenly rose up crazily. That Jean Buhui was caught off guard. The golden sword shadow also slashed out sword by sword. The sword's speed wasn't too fast. However, it was much heavier. Each strike was aimed at the vital point. The numerous sword shadows were all forced back. It was like in the art of war, no matter how many paths you take, I will take my own path back. Like an iron wall, it blocked this maniac lightning thousand blades sword. He laughed coldly. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Zhong Shou scoffed, against you, I don't need to. The lightning-winged yang snake suddenly swelled. Numerous purple lightning powers were injected into Zhong Shou's body in that instance. The world-shocking true qi within his dual meridians was also gathered to the extreme at this moment. The 6 spiritual meridians in his body also provided numerous lightning element source spirit. Just as the purple sword rain started to slow down, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. All the 1,000 sword lights suddenly gathered in the air, and then dissipated one by one. All of them transformed into a sword and slashed forward fiercely. All the lightning, all the true qi, all the martial path intent, even the power provided by the lightning-walking external bone were all gathered in the sword blade. Maniac lightning flashed, one strike smashing the air. It was filled with a crazy intent. That sword light seemed to be aimless, only wanting to destroy everything and pierce into the distance. Like that flash could really smash space. Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw that. This was the true maniac lightning sword intent, as expected from the word maniac. That Jin Buhui's aura exploded, exclaiming at the same time. His sword path is one with the spirit? Cross sword. The golden sword shadow slashed out at the same time. One slash and one slash, the sword energy drew a giant golden cross in the air. The center of the cross was coincidentally clashing with the purple sword tip. With a loud ping, the two swords hadn't truly clashed. The giant wind smashed into one spot in the air. At the same time, the sword energy that gathered all the strength of the two of them clashed and then exploded out. The two of them were both shaken by the recoil. They were forced to retreat and at the same time fell out of the giant stone. The ant swarm outside didn't know why these humans suddenly turned on each other and started to fight amongst themselves. At this moment, they all instinctively flew up and pounced towards the two of them. In the next instance, one gold and one purple sword light shone once more in the sky. Pretty much instantly, dozens of flying ant corpses fell down. Jin Buhui's cultivation was much stronger and recovered in advance. Another sword slashed down from the air. Haotao's sword. This sword slashed down like the waves of the ocean. It was still extremely majestic and grand. Zhong Shou was really furious, too lazy to bother about that in place, slashing down with his sword. Maniac lightning. The sword images clashed in the air, causing the entire heaven and earth to shake. Dang! A sword-ringing sound rang out. The two vast sword energies broke into hundreds of pieces and scattered in all directions. Unexpectedly, a few more flying ants were torn to shreds. The people from Linhai College were all silent. The few grade 6 experts were all silent. It was still okay before, but this sword had obviously exceeded the Xuanwu ancestor level. Zhong Lishuang and Shi Yan, who roughly knew about Jin Buhui's identity, had their mouths agape as they looked at this scene. This Zhong Shou was not only strong and indiscernible, but he was so strong that he could go head-to-head with one of the top talents of the younger generation in the Central Cloud continent. Jin Buhui slashed out a few more sword lights, slicing down the few demon fire crystal ants close to him. Flames burned in his eyes. He suddenly waved his sleeves and 10 golden talismans flew out. They flew into midair and slowly burned. Then, bits of spiritual light landed and buffed his body. He silently chanted incantations, after which his expression turned cold. Although your highness' cultivation isn't as high as mine. His sword Dao is far above Jin Buhui. Forgive me for not being able to have a fair fight with you. Today I will go all out to wipe out this demon. Zhong Shou didn't speak, going all out to adjust his breathing. His spiral world shocking true energy was the least afraid of this rebounding force. His body had also been refined by the insight mysterious thunder body tempering art and had reached a new level. However, in terms of strength, he was a full grade lower. That sword just now used his natural protector beast lightning winged yang snake as well as the external bone, but it was still a little weaker. Using his high-level martial path, he was able to fight on the same level and even suppress him. However, the injuries within his body were not shallow. If this continued, his stamina wouldn't be able to take it. So within these few swords, he had to decide victory and defeat. He couldn't be distracted and couldn't show any mercy. Similarly, a few talismans flew out from his sleeves. There were only 7 of them, and in the center was the word luck and the word devour. That one origin sword flew out from his soul ocean and sank into the lightning-winged sword. In that instance, the glow of the sword was dyed in a layer of gold. That vast soul power whirlpool crazily spun. The 7 true spiritual talismans and lightning phoenix image above were extremely eye-catching. Just as he was squeezing out all the remaining strength in his body, Jin Buhui had already attacked first. 10 talisman true spirit, sword extreme mysterious vast. Another 10 talismans gathered in the air. They turned into a sword shape and slashed down. Jin Buhui himself stabbed out with a sword. 2 golden sword lights gathered at one spot and instantly merged into one. The sword light instantly exploded several times, making it even more vast and tough to block. Wherever the sword landed, the ground below would crack open. Numerous flying ants, before they even got close, their bodies were crushed by the remaining strength of the sword light. Just at that instant, Jin Buhui suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He only felt that around Zhongshu there was an unusually dangerous fluctuation. One of the world's shocking swords, Great Spiral Sword. A sword slashed out and heaven and earth changed color. The entire 1,000 feet of space was split into blue and red. Ice power and fire mixed together, suddenly hot and suddenly cold. It was actually still changing. Every inch of space, every instant the temperature was different. Suddenly it was ice cold, suddenly it was hot like lava. A red and blue intersecting sword energy, along with some purple lightning power, suddenly rose into the air. Silently and silently, everywhere it passed, the golden sword image was instantly destroyed. Chapter 340. Shattering the golden sword light. That red and blue spinning sword shadow only showed its vast strength when a portion of its energy slashed onto the ground. Thousands of feet of land was covered in sand and stone. A deep scar that was more than 10 feet wide extended crazily to the front. It was so deep that one couldn't see it, like the ground had cracked open. Furthermore, the power of the sword was still changing. It split into over 10 spirals and connected with each other, locking down the entire space. Jin Buhui was shocked, not daring to take it head-on. Pretty much without hesitation, a special golden talisman flew out from his sleeves. In a 60th of a blink of an eye, it was burnt to ashes. Following which Jin Buhui's body totally disappeared. It caused those 10 over sword lights to slash into the air. Another 10 over flying ants fell to the ground. When Jin Buhui appeared once more, he was behind Zhongshu. Teleportation talisman? Zhongshu's brows furrowed. With a thought, that sword attack suddenly stopped. At this moment it was different from half a year ago. His control of this great spiral sword was far from what that time could compare to. Retracting the sword light, turning around and slashing, it didn't seem to be strenuous at all. Although the aura wasn't as strong as before, the sword intent was much sharper and quicker. That Jin Buhui's body flashed as he hurriedly dodged, anxiously waving his hand. Stop! 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 You can stop now. Your Highness is learning King Path's secret techniques and slashes out with the sword of the Son of Heaven. The sword energy is huge and has a vast intent. You definitely aren't a vicious person. I must have misunderstood. Zhongshu was startled. Following which he was furious, thinking to himself, "You don't want to fight and you don't want to fight? How would it be so easy?" Following which he felt the vital energy in his body become weak. He thought about how there were still numerous demon fire crystal ants outside, strong enemies that hadn't been dealt with. Now wasn't the time to bother about all this. He could only scoff coldly and retract his sword attack. He felt weird in his heart. He did learn King Path's secret techniques, but what did this son of heaven sword mean? Just as he was puzzled, a cold light suddenly flashed in Samuraim's eyes. A knife light flashed in his hand, a cloud flame flying knife that appeared and disappeared as it struck towards where Jean Buhue was standing. Jean Buhue also sensed it right away. His pupils constricted and his soul almost left his body. He roared, "Despicable!" While his body swiftly dodged to the side, he slashed down with his sword. This time, 50 talismans flew out from his sleeves and turned into 5 giant swords. When the golden sword light flashed, the 5 sword shadows merged into one. The sword energy instantly blazed, not at all inferior to Zhong Shou's great spiral sword before as it swiftly slashed down. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was 3 times faster. Zhong Shou was also slightly shocked. An unprecedented sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. At that critical moment, he activated the complete cloud-shocking god-destroying sword intent within his dantian. The 9-tailed sky fox totem within his soul ocean also suddenly shone. In the next instance, his entire body was slashed into 2 by that golden sword light. However, just as everyone thought that Zhong Shou was definitely going to die, they saw that thin body appear once more on the stone pillar. His face was ashen white and he was about to fall. His left arm also had a sword wound so deep that one could see the bone. As for Jean Buhue, he was startled in midair. Only now did he notice that the flying knife wasn't targeting him. Only to see that 20 feet away from him, a black 4-winged flying ant had its head pierced by the flying knife and was falling. Who knows when this flying ant got close? When he was fighting with Zhong Shou, it quietly snuck beside him. It was formless, silent and didn't have any aura fluctuations. That ferocious and sharp mouthpart was only 3 meters away from him. Laughing bitterly, Jean Buhue once again rode his sword down and stepped onto the stone platform. "I misunderstood. This time I, Jean Buhue, owe you a life and a favor." The life naturally referred to the saving of his life. The favor referred to the place that Zhong Shou provided to him. Zhong Yuan's gaze was dark and cold, filled with rage as he coldly looked at Jean Buhue. If it wasn't for Zhong Shou stopping him, he would have pulled out his spear and fought to the death with this person when he returned. Ever since he met Zhong Shou for the first time in Cloud Saint City, this was the first time that Zhong Shou was so heavily injured. Jean Buhue seemed to know that he was in the wrong, bowing and apologizing once more with a sincere tone. Only then did Zhong Yuan calm down. Zhong Shou didn't dare to be distracted. The intense battle just now had caused the foundations of the spiritual formation to be a little loose. He went all out to repair it while cursing in his heart. As expected, this fellow had a trump card. If he hadn't been prepared for it, he would have been killed by the sword on the spot. He knew that people like them wouldn't be able to live until now if they didn't have a few trump cards. In that battle just now, if the 2 of them went all out, both of them would have suffered heavy injuries and probably wouldn't have been able to survive. After Jean Buhue apologized, he still felt a little bad and hurriedly helped. His spirit master realm had reached the return to Sun realm and he had gathered 8 true spiritual talismans. His formation attainments were actually not bad. Helping Zhong Shou, in just 100 breaths, he repaired the spiritual formation, following which, he added in a few spiritual artifacts and 10 talismans. It actually didn't conflict with each other and instead helped him. Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother. Right after the spiritual formation stabilized, he took out an injury pill from the pills that Wei Su left and ate it. following which he sat cross-legged and slowly entered a meditative state. This meditation lasted until 2 hours before he stopped. His injuries had mostly recovered and his restless vital energy was suppressed. However, although the wound on his left arm stopped bleeding and the sword intent was removed, it would take several days to fully recover. When Zhong-Shou opened his eyes once more, he saw that the fire that was smashed due to the intense battle between the two of them had risen up once more. Countless corpses of demon fire crystal ants were lying around the boulder. Without needing to ask, they definitely died in the hands of Zhong Yuan and Jin Buhui. Looking at their numbers, there were 3,000 of them. Compared to the giant stone 1,000 feet away, it was several times more. At this moment, those demon fire crystal ants seemed to know how strong they were. They stopped staring at the side where there were fewer people. Instead, they charged towards the stone pillar that Linhai College was on. It caused the people there to be unable to deal with them, panicking. Who knows how many talismans they used. However, occasionally when they were in danger, Zhong Yuan and Jin Buhui wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. They would act in time to reduce the pressure on that side. When Zhong-Shou woke up, it was when a wave of ants retreated. Numerous demon fire crystal ants all retreated and regrouped. When Jin Buhui saw him wake up, his eyes lit up and he heaved a sigh of relief. At least nothing happened. If not, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Zhong-Shou's face was solemn as he directly asked, "What is the extreme inland that you mentioned? Your Highness really doesn't know?" Jin Buhui probingly asked. Zhong-Shou's face was filled with shock before he explained, "It is the place that you found for Gong Shinran." When Zhong-Shou heard that, the bad feeling in his heart became thicker. Actually, at the start he felt something. However, he thought that there weren't any serious consequences, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Following which Jin Buhui clicked his tongue. "If it was really unintentional, then your Highness's luck isn't that good. The place that you chose seemed like a top-een tomb, but there were actually 9 veins below. Your senior sister must have gone through many tragic things when she was alive and was filled with grievances. Her soul was also clean and peaceful like her wishes were fulfilled. However, she died too early. The grievances left in her body could connect to heaven and earth and activate the Yin veins. When Gong Yu heard, she must have gone through many tragic things when she was alive." His fists clenched tightly. Like he thought about something, his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Zhong-Shou wasn't surprised. Since Gong Shinran often communicated with him, then that bastard matter would definitely be mentioned. However, the current him didn't have the heart to console him. The more he heard, the more cold sweat flowed down. 9 land and Gong Shinran's corpse was in such a state. If that was the case, then it was okay. At that time did you notice that the aura there wasn't right? She laid out some bright light exorcism formation, a half-baked level. Exorcism became evil gathering, the bright light became the moon. Zhong Shoxin's heart jumped, hesitating. Is it a 9 spiritual corpse? No, would it be a 9 witch in the end? What ghost 9 witch? Jin Buhui couldn't help but scold out. Even those spirit masters who specialize in Yin techniques wouldn't be as perfect as you. If you said that she was the reincarnation of the 9 Death Emperor, I would believe it. Anyways, when this Gong Shinran wakes up, there won't be a single living being within 1,000 miles. That place is bound to experience a great calamity. Zhong-Shou calmed down, thinking to himself that no wonder this Jin Buhui would misunderstand. Near where Gong Shinran was buried was Pill Spirit Mountain. It was normal for him to suspect that he had bad intentions and was planning far ahead. Actually, that Cloud Saint City Lord has already joined us and is one of our subordinates. Jin Buhui was instantly stunned, looking at Zhong-Shou in disbelief. He really didn't expect that this Gantian mountain monster king would actually set up a spy to target Lingyun's sect. Speaking of which, this Gong Shinran reincarnating was actually harmful to Zhong-Shou. Zhong-Shou's expression was helpless. Just now when he spoke, he had already laid out an illusionary technique. He wasn't afraid that others would hear him. His brows furrowed tightly. Brother Jean, can this feng shui situation be broken? Break your head. Do you think I didn't think of a way these few months? He confirmed that this matter wasn't planned by Zhong Shou. Jean Buhui heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt dejected. During these few months, I invited all those monks who were good at exorcising ghosts and warding off evil to break the situation. In the end, they all returned with heavy injuries. 2-day wandering realm spirit masters were also unlucky, and no one dared to interfere. Later on, the Lingyun sect was also alarmed. In the end, they had no choice but to discuss moving their sect to Donglin Cloud Continent. Chapter 341. Zhong Yuan was startled when he heard that. Then, he looked at Zhong Shou in shock. As expected, no matter where his ruler went, he could cause trouble. He actually forced Lingyun's sect to move their base that they had run for close to 10,000 years. That was a little too strong. What extreme inland? He didn't know what 9 in which was. However, just by the sound of those two names, he knew that they were really amazing. Gong Yu's expression changed slightly, a bright glow flashing in his eyes. Revive? Your Highness, you are saying that my sister can revive? Revive? I don't know if that counts. Zhong Shou's face was dark and sunken. After sighing, he saw that Gong Yu's eyes were filled with joy. He decided to give him a blow and not let this fellow have too much hope. She should be able to keep her memories. However, I don't know whether or not she is Shinran. The 9 in which is formed from the extreme in energy of heaven and earth, and corresponds to the laws of heaven and earth. Legend has it that she is the princess of the underworld and is loved by the underworld. All of them are really talented and their strength can compare to ascended ancestors when they are born. Any in element cultivation method can be mastered right away. Their personalities are different due to the different circumstances. Some are violent and some love to kill. Anyways, the 3 9 in which in the history books weren't gentle and kind. Each time they appeared, life would be lost and at least 10 million people would die. Gong Yu was more and more shocked as he heard, his face ashen white. If that was the case, he would rather his sister just die peacefully. Zhong Shou was conflicted. Thinking about how he was the one who personally caused such a calamity, he felt really emotional. Is there no way to stop it? If one can't return to the sun and day wandering, then can one suppress one at the body forming and true image realm? Jean Buhui was expressionless. A few days ago, I thought so too. I asked my master and the 2 true image realm elders of Lingyun's sect to attack. They wanted to break open that extreme in land. In the end, another emperor interfered from another world. In addition, it was unknown which expert had destroyed the Demon Mountain sect in the vicinity. As a result, the resentment and blood essence of many Stage 7 experts were sucked away by the 9 in veins and fed to the Netherlands. As a result, all 3 of them suffered light injuries and lost some of their soul power. As a result, Gong Shinran was born a full 7 years earlier. There seems to be a new in meridian forming below. Ah! Zhong Shou's mouth was wide open. He wished he could hammer his head against the ground. How could there be such a coincidence? He thought to himself that these 3 true image realm experts were just too useless. The so-called Underworld Emperor was the title of the most powerful person in the underworld. The Netherworld wasn't a small world either. It was also part of the Cloud World. The two were the 2 sides of yin and yang. During the Cloud Desolate era, the underworld suffered less damage. There were also wise people who planned in advance to maintain the spirit tide. Up until now, it had been able to accommodate some experts above the immortal Tao. The Nether Emperor on the other side made use of the extreme yin land to interfere across worlds, causing true image realm spirit masters to be helpless against him. Jean Bouhouet hung his head and said dejectedly, "This matter was left unsettled. My master said that this was the will of the heavens and that Donglin Cloud Continent should have such a calamity. It was probably caused by us. Speaking of which, you can't be blamed." "Naturally, you can't blame my master." Zhong Shou laughed coldly. He was obviously trying to push the responsibility away. 9 was the limit of numbers. Apart from 9 meridians, one more meridian would break through the heavens. This meant that this woman wouldn't be restricted by the heavens. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen when Gong Shinran was born in the future. However, he couldn't say such mocking words. After all, he was the one who started this. He was already planning in his heart to see if he could get on their good side to let senior sister Shinran cause trouble elsewhere. At least, he had to ensure that Cloud Saint City wasn't lost. So that was the case. Since the heavens wanted this 9 witch to be born, then naturally, we can't do anything about it. We can only let the heavens decide. Sighing, Zhong Shou's expression was pained and helpless. Unfortunately, our Donglin Cloud Continent is going to be wiped out. Who knows how many people will die. I hate that I can't take their place. He had made up his mind to try his best to stop it. If he couldn't, then he would just look on from the side and be prepared to run at any moment. It was best for their Gantian mountain to behave and not reach out to the east of Donglin Cloud Continent. Your Highness is really a benevolent ruler. No wonder you couldn't gather the sword of the Son of Heaven. Jean Bouhouet didn't know what Zhong Shoxin was thinking and was touched when he heard that. Actually, Your Highness doesn't need to blame yourself. This matter can't be blamed on you. The heavens faked your hand and it wasn't your own intention. Even if there is cause and effect, Your Highness doesn't need to take responsibility. These words were personally spoken by my master and the 2 true form elders of the Cloud Soaring sect. Although that is the case, I still feel guilty. Brother Jean doesn't need to call me Your Highness. Just call me by my name. Zhong Shou was waiting for Jean Bouhouet to say those words. In the future, if Gong Shinran caused any problems, if those righteous paths Zhong Shou wanted to blame him, then he would have something to say. Pretending to blame himself a little more, Zhong Shou instructed Gong Yu, "That book of martial secrets is one of the wishes of your sister. Now that it is in your hands, you must take good care of it. This item is a little mysterious and the Demon Mountain sect is drooling over it. They hired Gao Yi to set up a scam to try to snatch it. In the future, if you are able to solve it, you will be able to solve your sister's wishes." Jean Bouhouet beside him came from a righteous sect. The name of Haoshuan sect was much stronger than Lingyun sect. Zhong Shou wasn't worried that this fellow would be greedy or that he would tell others about it. Instead, saying that could express his trust and closeness. On the one hand, he wanted to point out the right path, and on the other hand, he wanted to remind the other party to remember his kindness. Although it was a little despicable, Zhong Shou's personality had always been one that didn't care about his face and was extremely shameless. The reincarnation of the dead, in theory, had no connection with the person when they were alive. However, after all, it was based on the body and soul of the person when they were alive, which was why in this world, there were many examples of people keeping their feelings when they were alive. The higher the grade, the easier it was for such a situation to occur. Burying a chess piece in advance wouldn't be wrong. Gong Yu was shocked as well, and he hurriedly flipped open the martial scripture in an attempt to find the secrets hidden within it. As for Jean Bouhouet, he sighed emotionally. "I came to Donglin Cloud Continent to train and wasted half a year because of the Demon Mountain sect and the extreme inland matters. Although my cultivation didn't fall, I didn't accomplish anything. However, to be able to meet such a person like Your Highness, I have no regrets." He looked up and down Zhong Shou in shock. "You are only 14? You are only 4 years younger than me. To be able to be on the same level as me, I don't know how you did it. Such ability, if my few good friends knew about it, their jaws would drop." His words were filled with admiration. This time it was Zhong Shou's turn to be shocked. Looking at the appearance of this fatty, he was at least 24 or 25, 27 or 28 was possible. So he was actually so young. He knew that this person would be a famous person in the future in the central continent and was really arrogant. However, as for how old he was and what his family background was, he didn't know. Zhong Shou relies on the King Path secret technique. How can it be compared to Brother Jean? They were praising one another, but they were only halfway through their words. Just as they were interrupted by a tragic cry. Their expressions changed at the same time as they looked towards the west. Almost at the same time, they felt a cold and tyrannical intent coming from the direction of the voice. It should be the Ant Queen. It is not far away. Jean Buhue took in a deep breath, his face frowning like a bitter gourd. This time I am in trouble. If I am not careful, I might even die here. The queen of the demon fire crystal ants, once their numbers reached 10,000, they could enter grade 7. Although they had no combat strength, they had abilities. If they arrived here, it was enough to cause the combat strength of the many crystal ants to increase by several times. The soldier ant king that was guarding beside him was even stronger than the 6-winged flying ant. At this moment, even Zhong Shou had thoughts of fleeing in his heart. Who knows? He might have to use the common people token to instantly bring Zhong Yuan back to the vast habitat. As for this Gong Yu, if he had no choice, then he could only use the empty token on this fellow. Surprisingly, when those demon fire crystal ants heard that cry, they didn't continue to surround and attack. Instead, they retreated like a wave. These crystal ants came quickly and left cleanly. In a blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Zhong Shou's expression didn't change, instantly waving his hand and keeping the thousands of fire ant corpses into his heaven and earth bag. At least he didn't take them all, pretending to leave a portion for Jean Buhue, less than a 40th of the total. The latter was a step slower and could only stare viciously at Zhong Shou. Brother Zhong, you are my biggest enemy. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. Knowing his personality, how would he dare to be courteous? If he was slow, he wouldn't be able to get a single bit of the ant corpses below. Following which his brows furrowed. What happened tonight is really weird. Why would these demon fire crystal ants appear here? What other reason can there be? These demon fire crystal ants were nurtured by others. That person was lucky and found an ant queen egg left from the ancient times. Then, he made it his protector beast. Who knows why, but someone drew that person over. Today, all of us have been dragged into this mess. That one sentence caused the surrounding people to tremble. Jean Buhue didn't seem like he wanted to say anything more, sitting cross-legged on the stone. Although the ant wave had retreated, no one dared to jump off the giant stone and leave. They were all waiting quietly. A moment later, several crying sounds spread out from the Linhai College people. Before this, when the enemy was in front of them, no one thought about it. Only now did those Linhai College disciples realize that a small half of their senior brothers and sisters died in just one night, buried in the mouths of the crystal ant. After Zhong Shou sighed, he used an illusionary technique to block out the crying sound. Then, he also entered a meditative state beside the bonfire. Chapter 342. They sat there for another 4 hours. Until the dawn of the second day, those crystal ants didn't appear once more and there weren't any dangerous situations around. In the horizon, a large sun gradually rose from the east, and rays of light shone down. Everyone here relaxed, having a feeling like they had just survived a calamity. Following which, from the side of Linhai College, there were sounds of quarreling. It seemed like some students along with 2 professors were targeting Shiyen and the others who fled first. They were split into 2 factions, opposing one another. Jean Buhue laughed coldly, standing up. Dragon Gathering Mountain has changed. I'm afraid that not long later there will be a fierce battle. The owners of those crystal ants are still within. If you all want to live, then back out. If you still want to die, no one can save you all." Those quarreling voices instantly went silent. On the other stone pillar, everyone's faces were ashen white. There were already many people whose eyes were filled with fear and the intent to retreat. Yesterday's impression was simply too deep. 20-odd people fell in one night. If it wasn't for Zhong Shou reminding them in advance, causing them to be prepared. He also left a formation base here for them. Who knows, maybe this bunch of people would all die in the mouths of the crystal ant. After Jin Buhui finished, he didn't bother about this bunch of people, directly smiling towards Zhong Shou. "I like to take risks. The more dangerous the situation, the more I want to take a look. What were those fellows trying to do? However, this path is still a little dangerous. Traveling with your highness, we can take care of each other." Zhong Shou had the same thoughts. He had no interest in this change. Only the remnant image of the martial saint was something he didn't want to miss. He kept the beast crystals and mined stones that weren't used up and was about to move. Thinking about it, he let Gong Yu follow. He was confident that he would be able to protect this fellow's life in a more dangerous situation. On this path towards the peak of the mountain, there weren't any more dangerous situations. Even those beasts that lived within the mountain were nowhere to be seen. If he wasn't wrong, it should have been totally flattened by the ant swarm yesterday. Thinking of those demon fire crystal ants, Zhong Shouxin felt a slight chill in his heart. He asked curiously, "Brother Jin, may I know who the owner of the demon fire ant queen is? Since he is a Type 7 powerhouse, wouldn't it be against the rules to attack us in the Cloud Continent?" "Who said it's the 7th step?" Jin Buhui shook his head. "No wonder Brother Zhong doesn't know. This person is someone from the Central Cloud Continent, and he calls himself Ant Jinren. Like the two of us, he is only a return to Sun Spirit Master." However, 20 years ago, this person had obtained the egg of an ant queen and summoned it as his natural protector beast. After a few decades of cultivation, a colony of nearly 100,000 ants had been raised. Hence, his strength is the strongest in the Cloud Continent. Even some true ascended ancestors and day-wandering spirit masters aren't his match. Zhong Shou was startled. He really didn't know that there was such a person in the Central Continent. His heart was filled with apprehension. To think that he had grasped dozens of sword intents, and with the experience of his previous life as a foundation, he was invincible under the 7th level. Today it seems like he had underestimated the heroes of the world. Just based on this Ant Jinren's strength alone, he could fight against a 1,000,000-strong army. To use the Ant Queen as a protector beast, he was really dreaming. He actually succeeded. He was also secretly curious. Why did such a person come to Dragon Gathering Mountain? Just to comprehend the martial saint remnant image? But why did he want to disperse the ant colony yesterday? Hearing that last howl, it seemed like he had fought with someone? Unable to understand no matter how he thought about it, Zhong Shou knew that it was best if he didn't interfere in this matter, and stayed as far away as possible. Luckily, there were experts from the various sects at the peak of Dragon Gathering Mountain, so he didn't need to worry. Gong Yu was carried by Zhong Yuan, curiously sizing up Zhong Shou along the way. He only felt that this fellow was totally different from the image that Gong Xinran described in the letter. The letter said that Zhong Shou was honest and kind. Due to being unable to cultivate, he was troubled every day and was a pitiful person. However, based on what he saw, he didn't know if he was honest or not. Anyways, he was a vicious person. As for cultivation, this fellow's combat strength could be on the same level as the top direct disciples of Haoshuan sect. If such a person was pitiful, then what about the other people? Thinking about the people in Linhai College who were discussing Zhong Shou not long ago. Many people mocked and looked down on him. If they knew about what happened today, who knows how many people's jaws would drop. Thinking about it, this Zhong Shou's personality definitely couldn't be said to be honest and kind. 400 miles, the four of them sprinted at full speed, using just 6 hours to arrive. When they reached here, they could see many people. There were people from all powers, there were even many demon sect disciples. These people all came up from the west, which was why they didn't meet the ant colony. Dragon Gathering Mountain was split into inner and outer gate. The core disciples of those famous sects could directly enter through the inner gate. It was said that there were only 20 spots, any more and one wouldn't be able to enter. For someone like him, he could only enter through the outer gate. He had to go through the heavy restrictions left by the martial saint to solve the riddle to be able to see the true secrets of the legacy. However, entering from the inner gate was much faster. Zhong Shou had an outer gate spot long ago. Before Wei Su left, he ordered people to deal with it. At that time, Wei Su probably didn't expect that he would directly swallow Shiping and Tianfang provinces in a few months. As the landlord, he could bring as many people in as he wanted. He also saw a few familiar people in the crowd. A few cold gazes instantly looked over. Zhong Shou also looked over, only to see a teen in a brocade robe standing 1,000 feet away. Behind him, there were a few burly men who seemed to be from the army. Their postures were like rocks, not moving at all. However, their expressions were dark and cold, revealing a bone-deep hatred. That teen's appearance was similar to that of Yu Guanyun. Zhong Shou took a look and knew that this person was Yu Guanyun's son, Yu Linghuan. On the battlefield, the two of them had crossed swords in terms of strategy. Zhong Shou won but wasn't able to take down the 4 provinces. Although this Yu Linghuan lost, he kept the ability to rise up again. This was the first time the two of them met face to face. Apart from that, 10,000 feet away, a girl also looked over curiously. There were many familiar people here. Zhong Shou noticed that a few of them were Xiongba's guards. As expected, this girl should be the so-called Princess Xianyu. What was surprising was that this girl wasn't as burly as the bear race. Her appearance was exquisite and beautiful. Unfortunately, her figure was too tall. She was at least 9 feet tall. She stood there like a crane in a flock of chickens. "Your Highness has quite a lot of enemies." Jin Buhui noticed that the atmosphere here wasn't right. He instantly burst out laughing and was interested. Since Zhong Shou arrived, 8 out of 10 people all looked over at Zhong Shou. Their expressions were also a little weird. Zhong Shou gave out a self-mocking laugh. "My father has enemies all over the world and he himself isn't much better. For safety reasons, it is best if Brother Jin doesn't follow me in case you get dragged down." Naturally, there were many friendly people in the crowd. A small half of them were under Tsang Xingdao. Zhong Shou saw Zhao Yinran and Xian Yunlan right away. The two of them left 20 days ago to return to their sects to take a look at the Dragon Gathering Martial Saint's remnant image. Zhong Shou wanted to keep a distance from Tsang Xingdao, so it wasn't good for him to greet him. He just nodded his head. The other people didn't bother much, walking to the side and finding a clean green stone to sit down. As time went on, more and more people gathered here, close to 1,000. Not only Donglin Cloud Continent, but even the other 4 continents and 12 islands had many people rushing over. Jin Buhui didn't separate from him, sitting together with him. He only stared with his soybean-sized eyes, looking around with a focused expression like he was searching for traces of someone. On the 3rd day, balls of light descended from the sky one after another. Without needing to look, one knew that the true experts of the various sects and factions had arrived. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he sensed the aura. These people were actually all at the 7th stage and above. A few of them were older and above grade 8. They either cultivated in spiritual cultivation or the martial path. The moment they rushed over, They caused the sounds of conversation to fall silent. The person with the highest cultivation was a 40-year-old middle-aged man who seemed to have some relationship with Jean Buhui. The latter winked at the other side and chuckled. That middle-aged man scoffed coldly and wasn't willing to bother. Zhong Shou knew right away that this was someone from Haoshuan sect and should be Jean Buhui's senior. This is my senior brother, he is called Xian Taiji. Don't look at him, he is a true 6 Meridian Grandmaster. Unfortunately, senior brother is too old-fashioned and boring. This time the martial saint remnant image of Dragon Gathering Mountain was hosted by him. Just as he spoke, he saw a person walk over from the side. Jean Buhui didn't recognize him, but Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, recognizing that this person was Han Nishui. His expression was really elegant, looking like a gentle gentleman. He walked casually with his hands behind his back, and after he arrived in front of the few of them, he sized up Zhong Shou and Zhong Yuan. When he saw Jean Buhui, he was slightly surprised, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Not seeing you for 10 days, Your Highness looks even better. Your Highness is really bold, daring to come here with only one person. Aren't you afraid of any accidents? Zhong Shou smiled when he heard that. His smile was extremely bright. It seems like Brother Han has been worried about my safety for a long time. Han Nishui's eyes turned sharp, following which he laughed. That's true. 10 days ago, Your Highness humiliated me. Han Nishui and Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect will remember that. Naturally, I would be more concerned about Your Highness' safety. He continued, There's one more thing I want to tell Your Highness. Not long later, I will personally head to Xian Mountain City to propose. Han Nishui originally wanted to give up on this marriage, but now he has changed his mind and wants to fight for it with Your Highness. Chapter 344. There is one more thing that I want to tell Your Highness. Not long later, I will personally head over to Xian Mountain City to propose. I originally wanted to give up on the marriage with Iran, but now I have changed my mind and want to compete with Your Highness. Samuraim's eyes turned cold as he looked coldly at Han Nishui. The latter didn't care at all, expressionlessly saying, Maybe Your Highness thinks that it is a fantasy and doesn't put me in your eyes. However, my Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect is really sincere about this marriage proposal. With Madame Lin's seniors persuading me, I am confident that I can make City Lord Xian Yuan change your mind. A lady is a good match for a gentleman. Iran is a pill-path genius, her future is limitless and will live a long life. 10,000 years of lifespan, different from mortals. She isn't a good match for Your Highness. Today I won't persuade you to give up and will only compete fairly with Your Highness. If Your Highness loses, don't blame me in the future. That's all I have to say, take care of yourself. Zhong Shou was totally confused, not knowing why he was saying all this to him. Was his brain fried? Zhong Yuan looked at him with a pitiful gaze. He knew that Xian Yuan Iran's mother seemed to be a person of power. However, it also depended on who she was dealing with. Song Shengdao's second-generation direct disciple, and the difference in identity between him and Han Nishui couldn't be calculated with logic. As long as Li Sina wasn't dumb, she would know what choice to make. After Han Nishui finished, his eyes turned to Jean Buiran, the smile on his face turned gentle. Is this Haoshuan sect's third-generation direct disciple, Jean Buiran? With your identity, why do you need to mix with this person? Don't you know that phoenixes and normal birds aren't in the same group? I have a few friends that I want to introduce to you. They are all talents of various sections. Is Brother Jean willing to give me face? Jean Buiran wasn't willing to bother. After hearing that, he rolled his eyes coldly and laughed. Like what you said, dragons don't cozy up with snakes, phoenixes don't crow with chickens. Since you know that theory, then why don't you scram? What rights do you have to let the two of us stand here? Han Nishui's expression instantly turned green and white. his gaze turning dark and cold. He was furious and wanted to flare up, but he seemed to be worried about something and forced himself to restrain himself. Finally, with a cold expression, he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Jean has encountered too little and is too young. It's easy for you to be deceived by evil people. I, Han Nishui, will pretend that I didn't hear those words. Let me give you a word of advice, fellow Taoist Jean. Be careful when you make friends. Don't regret it in the future." After he finished speaking, he left with his hands behind his back. Just as Jean Weiran was laughing out, he saw another person wake up in the distance. This time, it was a man and a woman. The man had a square face and a steady manner, but there was also a hint of a tiger aura. On the other hand, the woman's face was extremely seductive. Her eyes were like flowing waves as she stared fixedly at Zhong Shou, as if she was full of affection. "A few days ago, I heard that you crippled your own cultivation. Before this, I didn't believe it, but now that I see it, it really is the case." That man was the first to open his mouth, coldly looking down at Zhong Shou, who was on the green stone. "That day at my Pill Spirit Mountain, you broke both the Sky Sword and Heaven Talisman platforms. You were really spirited and arrogant, shocking everyone in my Lingyun sect. Now that I see you, I feel pity for you." Zhong Shou was helpless, raising his eyes and exchanging glances with the teen. It was Yen Feibai, whom he had met once at Pill Spirit Mountain, who said that he would find him to fight in 3 years. At this moment, he was looking at him with a pitiful gaze. "When I first heard the news, I was really disappointed. However, seeing you come here today, I am a little happy. At least you, Zhong Shou, didn't truly give up. I am already the 4th generation direct disciple of Lingyun sect. The 3-year agreement is an unfair win. Let's change it to 10 years. Within 10 years, no matter what your identity is, Yen Feibai will find you to fight." Zhong Shou thought to himself, "Isn't this fellow a little too arrogant? Do I, Zhong Shou, have nothing better to do? Must I fight with you?" That Yen Feibai didn't allow him to reject and directly left. However, with this person's personality, even if he rejected, he wouldn't care. The girl behind him giggled. "He is a lunatic, don't bother about him. Do you remember me? That day at Pill Spirit Mountain, my surname is Gu, my name is Hanyun." Zhong Shou nodded his head. Naturally, he remembered this girl and had a deep impression of her. In the God Emperor game of the future, he had fought with this girl several times. Along with Yen Feibai, they were the pillars of Lingyun sect. Zhong Shou still remembered her. Gohan Yun instantly smiled happily. "It's good that you remember. I don't care what other people say. I only know that a person like you won't be a true piece of trash in the future. I have high hopes for you. If your fiancé doesn't want you, how about I marry you?" After saying a few words, he waited for this girl to leave. Jean Weiran's face was weird. "Zhong Shou, what did you do? Why does everyone think that you are a piece of trash who can't cultivate? These fellows were really too tactless. What is laughable is that Han Nishui said that phoenixes don't belong to the same group as normal birds. Old Jean, don't even put a person like him in my eyes. Compared to you, he's just trash. And this Yen Feibai, his talent is not bad. However, to fight with you, isn't he asking to be humiliated?" Only this girl has some foresight. Zhong Shou laughed bitterly. The reason was really complicated. It was because Zhong Shou was indeed a piece of trash in the past, and also because Lei Dong and Zhao Yanran added fuel to the fire. Anyways, even if he said in front of everyone that he was a Return to Sun Realm Spirit Master, not many people would believe him. Jean Weiran asked curiously, "Oh right, that Yen Feibai said that you broke the Lingyun Sect's Sky Sword and Heaven Talisman platforms, what was that about?" Zhong Shou wanted to avoid this topic, but he couldn't avoid Jean Weiran's curious baby-like gaze. He could only open his mouth to explain. In the past, when my father went missing, Zhong Shou wanted to join the Lingyun sect. In the end, not only was I rejected, but the people who followed me were humiliated. In a fit of rage, I broke the Sky Sword and Heaven Talisman platforms. After which, the Lingyun sect still didn't accept you. Jin Weiran was startled. Looking at Zhong Shou's expression, he already knew the answer. He couldn't help but be speechless, saying in disbelief, "Are the people of the Lingyun sect all idiots? Did water enter their brains?" The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable and amusing he felt. A thought rose up in his heart. If he brought this Zhong Shou into the sect, how happy would his master be? On the side of Zhong Shou, he suddenly felt something and raised his head, only to see on a tall weird stone opposite him. There were a few gazes that looked over with probing intent. One of them was Long Ruo. That gaze made him feel really uncomfortable. The one beside him was an old man dressed in Taoist attire. His cultivation was on the same level as Xian Taiji, and he looked over with interest. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted, not bothering much as he closed his eyes and meditated. Anyways, this time he entered from the outer sect, so he probably wouldn't have much interaction with these people. This kid is Zhong Shou? Just as Zhong Shou shifted his gaze away, the old man on the weird stone smiled and asked Long Ruo beside him. Seeing the latter bow and say yes, the old man laughed. "This person has a weird power around him, so I can't see anything. I only know that his body and bones are really special. If he cultivates, he would be a good material. You have seen before and confirmed that he has a dual meridian body. Barriers from heaven and man, a broken soul?" Long Ruo's expression turned serious, replying without hesitation, "Without a doubt. This kid has a dual meridian body from start to finish. As for barriers from heaven, just from this kid cultivating spiritual cultivation and not achieving anything, one can see that it isn't just because of his dual meridian. This kid is really courageous, breaking his wrist and dissipating all his cultivation, which was why he left some chances of survival for himself." "Is that so?" The old man touched his long beard and then shook his head. "This is the first time I have met such a person. The situation at that time can't be blamed for your misjudgment. At that time, no one would have thought that he would inherit Gantian Mountain and restore the old land. Although you are responsible for this matter, you didn't make a huge mistake." Long Ruo's expression instantly relaxed, bowing once more. "Senior Master is wise." This person was able to break the Sky Sword platform within 200 breaths and draw the 12 God talismans. His talent was so high that it was rarely seen. What a waste! However, since he has a dual meridian body, this kid probably won't have any achievements in his life. Barriers from heaven, less than 1 in 10,000 people in the world can break through. That Ling Lai sighed, filled with regret, following which his eyes turned cold as he swept the thousands of people below. "That matter, have you investigated it thoroughly? Does that thing really exist within the Dragon Gate?" This time Long Ruo shook his head slightly. "This matter has always been a rumor, how could we investigate it clearly? However, without wind there wouldn't be waves. I only know that when the Dragon Gate opened, that person was within. As for whether or not he brought those things in, I don't know. Yesterday Ant Jinren released his 100,000 demon fire crystal ants to scout the entire dragon gathering mountain, causing many people to be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, the number of people gathered in front of the Dragon Gate is several times more than expected. I guess that some people have already gotten the news." Ling Lai didn't speak. His expression was serious, like he was thinking about something. Long Ruo continued, "Which is why I asked the sect to send more disciples into the outer sect underground cave. With my guesses, there is at least a 30% chance that those things are hidden in the outer sect. If that is the case, Junior Brother Zhu and I along with Brother Han and the others are helpless. We can only rely on grade 6 disciples to have some hope." Ling Lai nodded his head and knew that there were martial saint restrictions within the Dragon Gate. It was hard to predict. Ascended and day wandering experts could only enter from the inner sect and not the outer sect path. Taking in a deep breath, looking at the thousands of people below, Ling Lai's eyes constricted as he made a decision. If it was a normal spiritual treasure, my Lingyun's sect wouldn't care. However, since it is that thing, it is beneficial to your Black Flood Dragon. We can't ignore it. We will do as you say. Long Ruo was delighted and was about to agree. Just as he was about to agree, he heard a dragon roar from the mountain peak, shaking the heavens. Chapter 345. When the dragon roar sounded throughout the entire dragon-gathering mountain. In the distance they saw two giant doors slowly opening. One was not far away, roughly 300 feet wide stone door. Inside was pitch black, one couldn't see the bottom. The other was on the cliff above, 300 feet higher than here. Before this there were no signs at all. Only now when it opened did it appear in front of everyone. Outside, 9 giant dragon statues coiled around, looking really solemn, giving off a sinister aura. In the next instance, Xian Taiji's voice spread all about. This dragon gate was left by Cloud Desolate Martial Saint longing to strengthen the martial path of our cloud world before he left. This is why no matter which race you are from or which sect you are from, you can enter. Today I will only say one sentence. I hope that when you enter, you will remember the words peace and harmony. When he said that, Long Ruo and the others all rose into the air on their artifacts right away. Dozens of streaks of light rushed into the inner gate one after another. When it reached the 20th person, the stone door closed with a loud hong. At this moment, the expressions of the many stage 8 powerhouses relaxed as smiles appeared on their faces. Zhong Shou laughed coldly to himself. He knew that the experts of the famous sects didn't come here out of kindness to maintain order. A large part of it was to protect these 20 people, to stop others from entering first. The rest of the people also swarmed towards the outer gate below. However, most of them were stopped. However, those who obtained the spots just needed to show their tokens and they could directly enter. Although the outer gate didn't have a limit on the number of people, the order of entering was different. Zhong Shou was the owner of this place and didn't need to take out the few wooden tokens that Song Xingdao got for him. The two of them walked boldly to the entrance and no one came to stop them. This made Zhong Shou feel really regretful. His original intention was to sell some spots and use his identity as the owner to bring a few people in and earn a small sum. However, for some reason, no one came to contact him. Following which he curiously asked Jin Buhui, "I thought Brother Jin would directly enter from the inner sect. My Hao Xian sect only got 2 spots this time. A few 7th order senior brothers aren't even enough. How can there be a spot for me, Jin Buhui?" Jin Buhui's face was also depressed. He reached into his bosom and took out 10 tokens to enter and exit Dragon Gathering Mountain. He said hatefully, "This time I've really suffered a huge loss. Before I spent a large amount of money to get these few tokens from the few senior masters. I heard that this business used to be very popular, but this time we can't sell it." Zhong Shou secretly praised him, thinking that great minds think alike. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There are too many people coming. The sects won't be able to hold them off for long." That's right. In the past, when there were fewer people, it was natural for the various sects to do whatever they wanted. But now, even my Haoshuan sect does not dare to offend so many of our fellow Taoists. No one is a fool. Jin Buhui agreed, his eyes sharp as he said, "These people didn't really come for the martial saint image." Zhong Shou smiled and led the way in. His heart was filled with surprise. What was that? Why did it attract so many people? Stepping out of a long tunnel, A total of 9 paths appeared in front of him. Some were wide, some were short and narrow. Without exception, they were all covered in strong martial path intent. When he stepped into this place, Zhong Shou's soul felt a slight pressure. He wasn't surprised. This martial saint intent was strong when it met someone strong, weak when it met someone weak. If he was a piece of trash with no cultivation, his current situation would be similar. Just as he was looking at these paths to see if there were any mysteries, he heard Jin Buhui laugh. There is no need to hesitate here, just choose whatever you want. Every part of this cave is connected. During these 10,000 years, there were people who tried to find the mysteries within but no one succeeded. Following which he passed a few scrolls over. These are the maps that my few senior brothers and senior masters drew out based on their impressions. It was said that the terrain of this place would change once every 100 years. Each time the Dragon Gate opens, it would be different. However, there should be some similar areas. Zhong Shou opened one of the scrolls, only to see that the paths on it were connected in all directions, extremely complicated. There were also many markings here. For example, place to comprehend the sword, sword technique remnant, suspicious areas, etc., all over it. There were many places that were not explored and were totally blank. When he roughly memorized the map and raised his head, he saw that Jin Buhui had already taken the lead and walked to the entrance of a cave. Zhong Shou was startled and asked, "Where is Brother Jin going?" "Naturally, I am going to search for my own fortuitous encounter." Jin Buhui turned his head and waved his chubby hand. "I, old Jin, am used to being alone and like to eat alone. Everyone's luck is different. I am not willing to take other people's luck, and also don't want others to share the things on my plate. Anyways, let's just rely on luck. Oh right, I forgot to say. Legend has it that within this cave, there are 3 places that can enter the intersect region. However, in these 10,000 years, no one has been able to do it. Brother Zhong can work hard. Who knows, maybe we can meet up there. Goodbye." Looking at that shining golden body leaf, Zhong Shou couldn't help but smile. Jin Buhui's actions were exactly what he wanted. Although his words made one unhappy, he was straightforward. His personality made one happy instead. He casually kept the map and brought Zhong Yuan into another cave. After entering, he saw that the path was crooked and twisted. As expected from what Jin Buhui said, it was totally different from the last time the Dragon Gate opened. Apart from the 9 caves at the start which were the same, the rest were all different. However, on closer inspection, one could notice some traces. For example, the positions of some tunnels and stone rooms had been shifted or sunk and floated up. One could roughly recognize the veins and paths, and there were some similarities. He instantly felt grateful in his heart. If it wasn't for Jin Buhui giving him this map, he would be totally confused after entering and would be confused by this maze. After walking for a few minutes, Zhong Shou had roughly grasped some clues. That place should not be far from here. The place that Zhong Shou wanted to find was a stone room. Based on the mark on the map that said to comprehend the sword, it should be a place where one could comprehend the true intent of the sword path. Zhong Shou first knocked on the stone wall, only to hear a low thud. It was obvious that this stone wall was really thick. When Zhong Shou used the lightning-winged sword to slash down, he only left a half-inch mark on the stone wall. In the next moment, he saw that the mark was slowly healing. Zhong Shou couldn't help but shake his head. He had tried many times before and the results were always the same. It seemed like the idea of directly breaking through the walls wouldn't work. He didn't feel disappointed, instead, he frowned and was in deep thought. There should be some mysteries that other people hadn't noticed yet. And it definitely had something to do with the 9 caves at the entrance. This place is Dragon Gathering Mountain. There are 9 dragon veins below. Did the terrain of the cave change based on these dragon veins? Although Zhong Shou didn't remember the dragon veins below the Dragon Gathering Mountain, he could deduce it. He hurriedly flipped open the few maps that Jean Bouhouet gave him. In the next moment, he broke out into a laugh. Although his guess wasn't right, it wasn't far from it. Naturally, it wouldn't be as simple as he thought. There should be something missing. He felt a slight headache. He remembered that in the God Emperor game, what he hated the most was exploring new maps and dungeons. Unless he had no choice, he would wait for other people to complete 70% of the dungeon and come up with a complete strategy before he headed over. Although he was sitting there and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, he was a step slower than others, but it saved time. Like Dragon Gathering Mountain and Dragon Gate, in the future God Emperor game, it was at least a large-scale one. Who knows how much he could gain? Chapter 346. His eyes were filled with confusion until the giant lightning dragon tried to swallow his consciousness. Zhong Shou woke up, his spiritual sense exploding out and directly smashing the illusionary image. There was one such picture on the left and right. The angle was different and the comprehension was different. Then, he felt that the lightning-winged yang snake in his body was a little hot. Like it had just experienced something, his body was shaking. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was already in front of another picture, quietly looking on. Another 10 minutes passed before Zhong Yuan's pilgrim-like burning gaze slowly disappeared and he regained his senses. Zhong Shou smiled and asked, "How many did you see?" 12. If I could comprehend all of them, I would be able to comprehend a new martial path intent. Unfortunately, I can't learn it. However, it is beneficial to my maniac lightning spear sense. As he said that, Zhong Yuan's gaze focused on the giant lightning dragon picture on the left. Especially these two, it really makes one's hair open. The spear in his hand waved in the stone room. A lightning glow appeared, like a winding dragon, bringing with it a domineering aura. Zhong Shou was surprised. He himself had only seen 18 illusions. It wasn't that his comprehension was much higher than Zhong Yuan, but that he had the foundations of his last life. He could sense most of these pictures. He pointed at the two giant dragons entwined with fire and ice. "What do you see in this picture?" Zhong Yuan frowned, helplessly saying, "I only saw some lines." Zhong Shou was speechless. As expected, the same thing was different in each person's eyes. It was likely that the lightning dragon pattern was completely different in their eyes. Just as he was about to leave, Zhong Shou's heart moved as he looked above the stone room, only to see many natural patterns jump into his eyes. The color was really dark and unassuming. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to notice it. The only reason that attracted Zhong Shou was these natural patterns. No more and no less, there were exactly 9 of them. What is this? It vaguely resembled the path of a sword, but if one were to truly use it, it would be incomplete. Then, was it related to the dragon veins? Something didn't seem right. It was said that Old Man Long Ing was an ancient demon who had inherited the dragon blood. He had a dragon vein in his body and spent his entire life researching the 9 types of true dragons in the world. He comprehended the 9 true dragon sword intents and merged them into one at the end of the Cloud Desolate era, creating the Long Ing sword intent. Their combat prowess was even stronger than that of a true heavenly dragon. Could it be related to it? Unable to understand, Zhong Shou looked around and didn't discover anything else. He could only memorize the patterns and patterns in his heart. Then, he began to search for the next one. Following the map, this time, Zhong Shou seemed to be very familiar with the place and found a stone cave. According to the markings on the map, it was the place where the sword mark was located. It was also a stone room with a radius of 50 feet. When Zhong Shou arrived, there were already 5 to 6 people here. When Zhong Shou looked at the 2 stone walls, He saw that the left and right sides were empty, only sword marks. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. He knew that these marks were left by an expert. Although it was only at the strength level and couldn't reach the martial path intent, it was much better than what he left when he taught Lei Dong. Compared to those mysterious murals, it was much clearer for one to understand. Sword marks one by one, he tried to draw them. Only when he could roughly simulate them did Zhong Shou leave in satisfaction. What made him feel weird was that he could only understand 18 of the sword marks. No matter what, he couldn't comprehend the rest at all. What made him surprised was that the stone room above was still a little mysterious. It was also naturally formed patterns, but it was totally different from before. This time there were also 9. Zhong Shou didn't make a sound and memorized it. When Zhong Yuan finished looking at the 10 sword marks that he understood, he swiftly left. However, just as he was about to step out of the stone room, he heard the casual conversation between the two of them. One of them sighed, 26 sword marks. Sigh, I looked at it for half a day and only roughly understood 6 of them. I heard that if one comprehended a small portion of these sword marks, one would be able to comprehend one of the 9 types of true dragon sword intents. Once one learns all of them, one could even learn the 9-9 Long Ing sword. It seems like I, Shu, have no fate with the Long Ing sword. Brother Shi, why are you so depressed? I heard that out of these 26 sword marks, a small portion is fake and only 18 are real. For you to be able to comprehend 6 in half a day, that is already a third. Such comprehension is no weaker than those direct disciples of the large sections. Zhong Shou was startled. 26 sword marks, 8 of them were fake? Which meant that he had comprehended all 18 of them. The third stone room was where the incomplete sword art was recorded on the map. This time, Zhong Shou didn't look at the words on the left and right stone walls. Instead, he directly looked above. There were no marks and no patterns. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he looked at the sides. He saw that the first sentence was, "The dragon fights in the wilderness, its blood is mysterious and yellow." The second sentence was, "Able to be big or small, able to rise or hide. Big enough to cause clouds to spit out fog, small enough to hide one's form. If one rises, one soars in the universe, if one hides within the waves." The third sentence was, "The dragon steps on the red mist, half a word in the sky." Chaos is just beginning, the clouds and desolate land are just beginning to separate. He couldn't understand it, but he felt that the words were like many dragon shapes hidden within, swimming about. Zhong Shoxin's heart moved slightly as he compared it to the sword marks and diagrams he saw before. It was indeed a little mysterious. However, no wonder Haoshuan's sect would say that it was incomplete. There were indeed many unexplained meanings that couldn't be fully understood. When Zhong Shou read sentence by sentence and discerned the true and false of the 26 sentences, when he raised his head, he was startled once more. Only to see that above there were 9 more patterns. When he looked at it before, there was obviously nothing there. Don't tell me that these patterns can only be seen after one understands these diagrams? Shocked, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to walk towards the next area. On the map, there were a total of 8 areas. When Zhong Shou went crazy and looked at 7 of the marked areas, his expression became more and more solemn. As expected, there was a connection. Pretty much every 2 he comprehended, a new pattern would appear above. However, till date, he was still unable to understand the connection between these 7 patterns. They intersected, seeming right but not right, pretty much unable to be connected together. Zhong Shou, who was at the side, found it weird. He noticed that Zhong Shou was becoming more and more familiar with the paths in the cave. No matter whether he walked or not, he didn't think as he walked. With Zhong Shou's age, naturally, he couldn't have been here before. Then, the only explanation was that Zhong Shou had already discovered the mysteries of this maze. However, how was that possible? When he reached the 7th stone room, there were already tens of people squeezed together in the 50 feet area. Luckily, most of them hadn't comprehended the Tao and were able to control themselves. Zhong Yuan could feel a few gazes looking over, filled with evil intentions. Actually, it was already like that in the 5th and 6th rooms. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou seemed like he was possessed and didn't notice anything. He could only be wary of his surroundings. The 8th place was the only hall that was 3,000 feet wide. It could be considered the hall of the entire maze. As long as one followed the widest tunnel, one would be able to reach it. It was also the best choice to leave this Dragon Gate maze. Before this, Zhong Shou felt that there would be too many people gathered here at the start, which was why he didn't head over. However, at this moment, he had to go. Just as his heart was going crazy trying to find the connection between these 7 patterns, he suddenly felt a chill strike him. When Zhong Shoxin came back to his senses and looked forward, he saw numerous cold glows shooting over. Just as he was about to dodge, a spear struck out from behind. Spear after spear stabbed out, deflecting all the needles and arrows. In the next instance, he heard a true chant. Star-shifting, do-changing move. Zhong Shoxin's heart sunk and was about to cast a spell. However, he only felt an external power buff his body. Moments later, he felt the world in front of his eyes spin. When the scene stabilized, he appeared in the vast underground cave. In front of him were 10 over people who were looking at him coldly. Yu Guanyun, Xiong Yu and their subordinates were facing him. Zhong Yang, who escaped from Gantian Mountain last time, was amongst them, his face filled with glee. Behind this person were 3 snow-robed people who were all grade 6 experts. The 2 behind were spirit masters who each took charge of the spiritual formation. Their faces were ashen white. It seemed like they had consumed a lot of energy. Looking at the style of the spiritual formation, it was a space-shifting formation. The person in front was a peak Xuanwu martial master. He smiled and bowed. Shui family Shui Shuifan greets your highness. Using hidden weapons to distract Zhong Yuan and using spells to shift your highness. What does your highness think about this plan? Zhong Shou didn't say anything. He knew that he was too careless and was totally charmed by the Long Ing sword. Actually, if these people didn't use space shifting but other killing techniques on him, he would have sensed it. He didn't think highly of this person's plan. However, no matter what, they had succeeded and he couldn't blame them. Just as he was looking around, Shui Shuifan smiled. Does your highness want to find someone to ask for help? This place is at the edge of the maze. My few brothers used some techniques, Sky Fox illusionary technique. In a short time, no one will be able to reach here. Which means that even if we kill your highness here, no one will know. Why are you saying so much nonsense? Yu Linghuan's face was green as he scoffed coldly. Let's end this quickly. I need his head to pay tribute to my father in heaven. Kiki, you can't say that. Brother Yu, don't you want those 3 provinces of land? Shui Shuifan shook his head as he spoke. Zhong Shou smiled evilly. I hate people like you the most. Do you really think that you have victory in your grasp? Just as they were startled, Zhong Shou's body suddenly turned into an afterimage as he pounced over. Before they could react, a furious roar sounded out beside Xiongyu. A 10-foot-tall body was the first to pounce out. Coincidentally, at this moment, a knife light floated out from Zhong Shou's sleeve. Shui Shuifan instinctively blocked Zhong Yang's body in front of him. Following which, with a pring sound, Zhong Yang's chest was smashed into meat paste by a thin and small fist. Another sword shadow slashed diagonally from the most inconceivable direction. It flew through the air and slashed right at his neck. Chapter 347. That purple long sword brought with it a biting cold sword energy as it slashed over without a sound or presence. Xue Shuifan instantly felt a chill rise up in his heart. He instantly pulled out his knife and blocked that sword light by a hair's breadth. In the next instance after Zhong Shou smashed Zhong Yang's chest, that fist which was dyed in blood suddenly smashed down heavily. Without hesitation, Xue Shuifan waved his knife to block once more. Following which he only felt that his entire knife body was about to be smashed into pieces, shaking unceasingly. Pretty much at the same time, Xue Shuifan heard a light qi sound, like it contained the sound of bones and flesh breaking. Then, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that not far away, a long line of blood spurted out from the neck of that muscular male. His body stopped, his eyes protruding out as he used his hands to grab his neck. That knife not only cut his windpipe, but it also totally cut off his arteries and meridians. Xue Shuifan's pupils constricted as he looked forward in disbelief. Although this person wasn't from the Xiong family, he was from the Lai Lingli family, an 8-meridian Xuanwu whose strength far exceeded his peers. Just such a small flying knife ended the life of an 8-meridian Xuanwu ancestor. At the same time, Xiong Yu and Yu Linghuan were startled. The former was slightly surprised before recovering back to normal. The latter was at a loss for a moment, following which he seemed to have thought about something, his eyes turning red. Pretty much at the same time, the few of them didn't hesitate, their bodies all moving. Quang! After the first fist, the second fist was waved out, striking down from above with huge strength. Xue Shuifan gritted his teeth, pretty much going all out before he was able to expel the spiral energy and lightning energy that was injected into his body. He waved his knife to block once more, the fist and the spine of the knife clashing, a heavy ring caused the entire cave to sink down. Xue Shuifan was no longer able to stabilize his body. He was struck by that unbelievably large force. His entire figure was sent flying 20 feet away by this incomparably delicate fist. At this moment, his face was devoid of color. The moment Zhong Shou chased him away, he snatched the sword at Zhong Yang's waist. With a wave of his sword aura, he arrived beside the two spirit masters in a flash. The two of them from the Xue family started to summon protector beasts right away. He quickly chanted an incantation, causing 2 gusts of wind to bring their figures to the side. Zhong Shou, on the other hand, counted his swords. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. He sliced the 2 soul beasts that had already taken form into pieces, after which the sword qi chased after them. With just a slight flash, 2 heads were tossed high into the air. The moment Zhong Shou swung his sword, Xue Shuifan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He forcefully stopped himself from retreating. With lightning-quick speed, it struck right at Zhong Shou. However, at this moment, the purple longsword that was hovering in the air suddenly fell down. Just like before, the force was not strong, but it was as fast as lightning, and the angle was extremely tricky. The spiraling sword energy that contained the power of lightning was even more difficult to defend against. Clang! With another metallic clang, the snow-shattering sail was sent flying again. Zhong Shou's body was like a shadow as he pounced over. He didn't bother about what was behind him, stabbing out with his sword. Xue Shuifan scoffed coldly, the knife light in his hand slashing down diagonally. Grade 6 spiritual weapon and Grade 3 spiritual sword clashed, pretty much at the moment they clashed. It caused Zhong Yang's sword to totally shatter. However, Xue Shuifan wasn't happy. Instead, he was terrified, only to see a giant bear shadow suddenly appear. A silver light shot out from the center of his brows without any signs. Grade 6 mutated spirit beast. You are a return to Sun Realm spirit master. Pretty much instinctively, Xue Shuifan wanted to dodge to the side. However, the silver light came too quickly. The right side of his waist was pierced through by the silver light. That purple sword shadow slashed down diagonally at this moment. The lightning glow was swift. When Xue Xuefan was barely able to wave his knife to block, the speed of the sword shadow suddenly increased by half. Just one sword caused both of his legs to be sliced off. The broken sword in Zhong Shou's hand also stabbed down on his head. Xue Xuefan was totally unable to react. He could only look on as Zhong Shou's broken sword reached his head. It directly pierced through his skull. Even when he nearly lost consciousness, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness and rage. It wasn't that he didn't think that those rumors might be true. He laid out this plan and invited over 10 grade 6 experts to act together to prevent the unexpected. However, why was this Zhong Shou so strong? It even seemed to exceed those preposterous rumors. If he was prepared, he wouldn't have fallen here today. The aura in the entire cave froze at this moment. Especially Princess Xian Yu and Yu Linghuan, their eyes were filled with shock. From before to now, just 10 breaths had passed and this Zhong Shou had already killed 4 people. Even Xue Xuefan, who was the strongest out of all of them, was killed under his sword in just a few exchanges. Zhong Shou's eyes were still ice-cold. The death situation hadn't been solved, the chances of victory were still 20 to 80. This Xiongyu, Yu Linghuan had 80%. He himself only had 20% chance of survival. The giant bear in front of him waved its paw and smacked towards the people who were striking over. However, those few sharp weapons nearly caused the soul shadow to scatter. The entire arm of the bear was close to collapsing. However, in that instance, a knife light slid out from Zhong Shou's sleeves and headed right for the person at the front. This person was Yu Linghuan's subordinate. He was a tall and thin middle-aged man who was like a bamboo pole. However, he held a broad sword in his hand. Seeing that knife light flash over, it was blurry like clouds and mist. His expression was solemn. Cloud shocking, God destroying. He instinctively wanted to block. However, that knife light changed, sinking down once more and striking towards his head. This tall middle-aged man also instinctively stopped his forward momentum. It caused the people who were pouncing over to be in chaos. However, no matter how he retreated, that knife light still followed closely behind. The surrounding people also made their move. That inch knife shadow was like a dream as it sped about. At the end, it changed direction once more, drawing a beautiful trajectory and directly piercing through that person's throat. At this moment, everyone only felt a chill on their neck. They saw that within Zhong Shou's sleeves, there seemed to be a knife shadow flashing. They couldn't help but slow down their bodies, leaving at least 40% of their strength to react. They were really careful. Zhong Shou's lips curled up. His chances of winning increased by 10%. He had 30%, these people had 70%. That purple lightning-winged sword circled back into his hand. When the lightning-winged yang snake and little gold charged into the sword body, without hesitation, Zhong Shou slashed out once more. Maniacal lightning flashed, one strike smashing the sky. This sword didn't hold back at all and didn't leave any way out for himself. It was extremely ferocious, pressing forward courageously, using all his strength, all his life and death chances to gather at that sword tip. Before this, they were all united, but now they were in a state of disunity. Protecting himself was also his chance. On a narrow path, the courageous would win. Within this cave, there was no other path to walk. The sword shadow flashed. That sword attack, which was close to Zhong Shou's strongest state, directly smashed the martial path strength of the 10 over people in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the few spells that were charging over were all broken into pieces. Among the dozen or so people, their hearts and minds were all affected by the instant sword. Only Xiongyu reacted, waving a jasper long saber and slicing diagonally. However, the moment the sword and knife clashed, Xiong-Yu's body shook and she retreated several steps, her eyes filled with shock. King Path's secret technique? He finally knew the reason why Shueishuefan, who was at the peak of the Xuanwu martial realm, was forced back by Zhong Shou's fist wind. This Zhong Shou could actually gather the energy of the King Path and merge it into his body. Luckily, this place was at the border of Gantian Mountain City. In a land that he had just taken control of, the people's hearts weren't stable. Dragon Gathering Mountain was also in the wilderness. If not, this Zhong Shou's strength alone could chase up to the Ascended Realm. Where that bright purple light ended, a 7-meridian Xuanwu ancestor's body was instantly sliced into half by a sword, directly at the waist. In Zhong Shou's eyes there seemed to be flames burning. The world-shocking true energy in his body was also boiling. Another sword slashed out. It was still the maniac lightning sword. He didn't care about anything. He didn't care about life or death. The sword tip stabbing out. If he didn't die, then the enemy would. The people around were still pouncing forwards. Only 2 people attacked, but they were blocked by the demon Eye Silver Bear. Knife and fist clashed. When this giant bear finally couldn't take it anymore, another person's blood spurted out. The sword attack didn't stop. Even the person behind was swept by the tip of the sword glow. His entire arm along with a small half of his body was sliced off. At this moment, Zhong Shou was less than 10 steps away from where Yulinghuan was. Only 1 person away. After killing several people, Zhong Shou's aura had already risen to the maximum. His body was filled with thick blood energy. He decided to give up on the lightning-winged sword in his hand, allowing it to circle around and protect his body. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, pouncing towards the direction of Yulinghuan empty-handed. Yulinghuan's expression changed. He didn't think much, turning around and walking away. Just now Zhong Shou was invincible, killing people in less than 5 breaths. That impression was too deep. Although Yulinghuan still had fighting spirit, he couldn't take such a risk. Zhong Shou's body jumped, directly crossing close to 10 feet. His right hand was covered by Little Gold's body as he punched out once more on the 2 tiger halberd that the person in front of him was holding. That vast and enormous power caused that person to immediately take a step back. On the ground that was as hard as a grade 7 spiritual weapon, it also left a shallow footprint. Just as the sound rang out, Zhong Shou tossed out a flying knife from his sleeves. His chances of winning this battle was 50%. Although he didn't train it daily, it was just a flying knife that he had connected to his spiritual sense not long ago. However, in such a short distance, it was still extremely sharp, directly piercing through this person's brow. Following which Zhong Shou waved his sleeves, not bothering about the few Xuanwu ancestors beside him. He looked coldly at Yulinghuan, who was swiftly leaving and was already hundreds of feet away. Your father was personally killed by me. Don't you want to take revenge? Why don't you dare to fight? Yulinghuan's expression changed, close to twisting. His feet didn't stop. Instead, he retreated even faster. The few martial cultivators and spirit masters beside him were also protecting him. Chapter 348. Looking at Yulinghuan leave in a hurry, Xiong Yu's face was ashen white. She also didn't say a word, turning around and leaving. Zhong Shou turned around in disdain and looked over coldly. If I am not wrong, you are Blazing Flame Mountain Princess Xian Yu, right? Why don't you guess why I let this Yulinghuan escape? Xiong Yu's face was ashen white as she stopped in her tracks. Her breathing became heavy, her eyes filled with wariness. She only felt a huge pressure charge at her, causing her forehead to be covered in cold sweat. How could she not understand what Zhong Shou meant? Letting Yulinghuan leave was to go all out to make her stay. Taking in a deep breath, Xiong Yu gave out a tragic laugh. Xiong Yu also doesn't understand why the ruler would choose me? In terms of talent, I have some, but no matter what, I don't dare to say that I can beat you Ling Huan, who could protect the family business and go against your army after his father died." Her voice was extremely pleasant to the ear. A pair of long legs, along with a white dress with a slit, she looked really charming. Zhong Shou acted like he didn't see anything, saying expressionlessly, "The people Princess brought this time are pretty much the same as you Ling Huan and you Ling Huan. As for her personality, I don't know, but one can see that she is a really careful person. She also estimated my strength by 90%. Even with just these people, you can kill me several times." The only thing I didn't consider was that Zhong Shou actually managed to enter the Return to Sun realm in this half a month and formed a bit of dragon energy. Hearing the girl's breathing, she stopped. Zhong Shou scoffed, his voice still calm and unwavering. "Your father is still here. Even if I kill you, I won't get any benefits from Blazing Flame Mountain. On the contrary, if Yu Linghuan dies, that Hanxi province and even Taoyuan city would be under my control. However, in this world, an opponent that you don't understand is the one that is truly terrifying. Although Yu Linghuan is a talent, I know about his personality. On the contrary, I don't know anything about Princess Xianyu." When he spoke, his voice seemed to contain a special rhythm. Breathing in and out, it did not affect the flow of the sound. Instead, it faintly intimidated the mind. Before this, he had used the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to swallow a few huge balls of essence energy from the few Xuanwu ancestors. He was controlling and adjusting them bit by bit. He did his best to sort out the chaotic meridians in his body so that they could be of use. Xiongyu only felt her heart turn completely cold. Because she did not understand, she was unable to know herself and the enemy. Once she felt threatened, she had to kill first. What a ruthless person. His expression immediately changed as he heard the profound meaning behind Zhong Shou's breathing. "I'm afraid I've been fooled." Zhong Shou did not have any strength left. He was bluffing to force himself to stop. Baiting him to talk was to stall for time and harmonize his inner breath. She was also a decisive person, and as soon as she felt that something was wrong, her figure flew backwards. "Your Highness and my Blazing Flame Mountain only made a peace agreement half a month ago. I was wrong this time, and Raging Flame Mountain will definitely give me an explanation in the future. Why don't we forget about today's matter? Attacking here is disrespectful to that long-ing old man." Zhong Shou wasn't in a rush to attack, slightly shaking his head, saying word by word, "Why do you need to do that? Why don't I kill you and let my Gantian mountain give your father an explanation?" The boiling vital energy in her body that was about to explode was crazily burning at this moment. She had a 90% chance of winning. Zhong Shou's body was like it was being pushed by a crazy wind, furiously advancing in this cave. His speed exceeded the limits of the vision of grade 6 experts, instantly arriving. The distance between the two of them, which was originally 1,000 feet, in just a breath it was reduced to less than 100 feet. The expressions of the few Xuanwu ancestors beside Xiongyu all changed. One of them hollered out, waving out a giant axe, not bothering about anything as he chopped down. That axe energy surged, but Zhong Shou didn't even blink. He was still empty-handed, punching out with a fist. When the fist and axe clashed, the huge essence energy that swallowed over instantly exploded out, directly smashing this giant axe into pieces. The fist didn't stop. Under the movement of his body, it fiercely smashed into the head of this Xuanwu ancestor. Purring! Within the 100-feet-wide cave, instantly numerous astral winds, along with small metal shards, scattered all about. There was also blood and white liquid that floated about. Xiongyu's breathing totally stopped at this moment. She knew that Zhong Shou didn't use any special fist technique or heart sutra, and there weren't any amazing changes. It was just a simple, direct fist, overbearing and simple. Just one fist and a Xuanwu ancestor was killed on the spot. Demon! At this moment, there was only such a phrase in her heart to describe the image of Zhong Shou. At this moment, the thin and weak young man before her eyes had finally become one with the overlord she had imagined a month ago, who had led a cavalry of only a few 100,000 to brazenly charge into the Xi'an and Huanlong provinces and beat the millions of soldiers of Taoyuan City to the point that they threw away their helmets and armor. His aura was just so unstoppable. No one could beat him, swallowing 10,000 miles of land, overbearing and strong. That blood scattered, and Zhong Shou's entire body was dyed red. However, his eyes were still ice-cold. The second person in front of him held a sword. Where the sword light rose up, it was like a plum blossom blooming. It was both beautiful and dangerous. Zhong Shou acted like he didn't see it, still a simple kick, a knee strike. He exploded the newly swallowed vast essence energy in front of his knee. That sword light instantly scattered. The long sword in this 8-meridian Xuanwu ancestor's hand instantly flew out. He spat out fresh blood as he stumbled backward. Zhong Shou's men were like a giant eagle spreading its wings as they pounced down. His hand opened wide and grabbed the neck of this person, following which he heavily clenched, along with the spine. It was totally crushed into dust. Xiong Yu's heart jumped when she saw that. She didn't know whether or not this Zhong Shou had used up all his strength. How did such a ferocious fist attack look like he was lacking in true qi? The hearts of the few people at the side all sank to the bottom. Apart from helplessness in their eyes, there was also a determination to die. One of the roughly 30-year-old teens scoffed coldly. "This person is too strong, little miss, please leave. Even if I die, I will block him. Use that illusionary shadow hiding talisman." Xiong Yu didn't say a word, not looking behind her as she crazily ran. Those few Xuanwu ancestors all stopped. Who knows what cultivation method they used? Their faces were ashen white, but the aura around their bodies was explosively increasing. Those two returned to Sun Spirit Masters also stopped, not bothering about their physical bodies, releasing their souls out of their bodies. Zhong Shou reached out with his hand, taking the lightning-winged sword that was defending against the spells of the Spirit Masters into his hand. "Do you think you can leave?" The sword light flashed, still that maniac lightning sword. His body instantly covered hundreds of feet. Sliding past the body of a Xuanwu ancestor, the sword light flashing and fresh blood spurting out. In just a moment, he had already chased behind Xiong Yu. Reaching out, he grabbed the left arm of this woman. Xiong Yu's face instantly lost all color, trying her best to struggle. The willow leaf long knife in her hand slashed behind her back. Zhong Shou casually blocked it. However, who knows what cultivation method this woman cultivated? Her meridians were fluctuating. He was unable to control her acupoints and also couldn't press down on her meridian. After trying and failing, Zhong Shou directly used the world-shocking true energy of the water and fire spiral to crazily charge towards her heart meridian. Just as he was about to totally shatter her heartstrings, a few furious roars spread out from behind him. Without looking, just using his soul to sense, he could feel two vast amounts of spiritual energy surging over from behind. It was actually those two returned to Sun Spirit Masters who were using spiritual artifacts to charge down with a suicidal attack. In just a moment they were inches away. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed slightly. In the end he sighed helplessly. His hand tugged, only to hear a cracking sound. He actually forcefully ripped off Xiong Yu's left arm, following which his body flashed and disappeared. Moving away from his original spot, the sword in his hand was like an illusion as it stabbed into the brow of the other Xuanwu ancestor. Tens of breaths later, this maze totally regained peace. Only corpses were left on the ground. There were also a few people who were on their last breath. Zhong Shou stood on the ground that was pretty much dyed red by fresh blood. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked in the direction that Xiong Yu left. The illusionary shadow hiding talisman that woman used was at least grade 7 and above. At this moment, even grade 7-day wandering spirit masters wouldn't be able to find traces of her. Much less him who wasn't good at spiritual techniques? Even the smell of blood was covered. One could see that Xiong Yu was a really careful person, although she was injured. Although she was injured, there was no blood around and no smell at all. Thinking about that, Zhong Shou felt more worried. This woman brought 7 Xuanwu ancestors, 2 returned to Sun Spirit Masters, only 3 of them came from Blazing Flame Mountain. This woman purely relied on her own strength to gather so many experts. Without an exception, they were all dead set and willing to die for her. Even within the demon sect, disciples who trained in charm techniques and superstition techniques didn't have such ability. She did have the ability to be his opponent. If he let this woman escape, she might become a huge problem for him. Following which he gave a self-mocking laugh. Zhong Shou took out a token. It was the common people token that Wei Su gave him. At this moment, he had the thought of abandoning it. As expected, people were like that. Once they had thoughts, once they had a way out, their hearts would become weak. Just now it was like that. At the start, he had the thought of using the token to escape. Until the last moment when he decided to attack, Zhong Shou decided to abandon it. He forced himself not to think about it. He tossed aside all the thoughts in his head, only thinking that even if he died, he couldn't use this item. He forced himself into a situation where he had no chance of survival before he was able to unleash all the potential in his body. Senior brother, although you gave this treasure to me out of kindness. However, it also caused me to be in such a bad state. Hesitating for a moment, Zhong Shou still tossed the token back into his heaven and earth bag. The most important use of this item was to enter and exit the common people vast habitat. Looking at it from another angle, this was also a training for his heart realm. Chapter 349. In his last life, his sword heart was clear, but that didn't mean that his heart realm was perfect and flawless. There were some things that he hadn't experienced. There were some things that he hadn't had before. That Zhong Shou's restraint was also restraining him now. Iran, Shui, in his last life, no one treated him so well at that time. He was a wandering ghost with nothing, a factionless swordsman. He was unable to find a way out or escape for himself. Every time he faced a battle, he would go all out to kill. Either he was forced or he purposely put himself in a situation where he had no chance of survival. Only then did he survive to the end. It was also because of that he slowly stopped caring about his own life. People who spent years on the tip of knives had their fear of death lowered to the lowest, and they looked down on life and death. Even if it wasn't for his pursuit of the sword path, which didn't change, Zhong Shou even suspected that he would have become a walking corpse before he broke through to the ascended realm. But at this moment, his sword hesitated and became weak. His clear sword heart also had a weakness. However, this was also a chance. If he didn't experience all this, he wouldn't be able to make up for this weakness. The reason why Qinyin sect would send their disciples to the mortal world and even brothels to train was the same reason. It allows the disciple to experience everything in the world and form their own Tao heart and Tao heart. A few moans suddenly sounded out within the cave. Zhong Shou finally remembered that there were still 2 to 3 people who weren't totally dead. His brows furrowing, Zhong Shou strolled in front of Zhong Yang. Who knows when this kid broke through to the Xiantian realm? His chest was broken, but he didn't die and was panting intensely. Looking at Zhong Shou's arrival, Zhong Yang only felt despair. A few minutes ago, he thought that this Zhong Shou was definitely going to die. Close to 20 grade 7 expert. A few Xuanwu ancestors had been famous for a long time. No matter how he thought about it, this fellow shouldn't have any chance of survival. However, just as he felt that way, Zhong Shou smashed his chest with a fist. Then, he witnessed a massacre with his own eyes. The thick smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Mixed with that murderous aura, it caused one's mind to go blank. It was so disgusting that one wanted to vomit. However, Zhong Shou only glanced at him coldly before turning around and leaving. Zhong Yang's heart sank as he felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. His fear immediately disappeared. "Don't go. Kill me." Zhong Shou acted as if he didn't hear him and didn't have any intention of stopping. Zhong Yang's chest and abdomen were shattered, and nearly 30% of his internal organs were shattered. His spine was broken, and he could no longer move his limbs. Unless it was an elixir of the immortal level, even the most brilliant medical saint of the cloud world wouldn't be able to save his life. He could only wait for death. Thus, there was no need for him to torment them. Zhong Yang wasn't willing to wait any longer, gritting his teeth and saying, "I know why Shueishuefan came to this dragon-gathering mountain. Plotting against you here was only because Xiong Yu invited me. I just thought of it on the spur of the moment." Hearing those words, Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he stopped in his tracks. He thought to himself that it was indeed Xiong Yu who invited so many experts over. Her only motive was to slay him here. What a Princess Xian Yu! Zhong Yang was delighted, thinking that Zhong Shou was interested in this matter. However, at this moment he didn't dare to keep him in suspense. Not waiting for Zhong Shou to ask, he directly said, "Roughly 100 years ago, there was a person known as Venerable Xianlang who betrayed Songlang Ocean. Legend had it that he swept away numerous treasures from Juelong City." Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, revealing a mocking expression. Treasures? Apart from those aristocratic families and sects that had accumulated for 10,000 years, in terms of personal wealth, how many people could compare to Zhong Shou? He just didn't want to buy those precious pills on the market. Those spiritual artifacts weren't suitable for him, and he wasn't willing to spend money on them. Which was why no matter what Venerable Xianlang brought out, he wouldn't care. However, in an instant, he heard Zhong Yang say with difficulty, "It was said that there were 10 over-spiritual artifacts, all grade 7 and above. A few of them were made specifically for the dragon race. Most of them were found by Juelong City. Only the 9 drops of ancient true dragon essence blood are still missing." True dragon essence blood? Zhong Shou muttered in shock. If it was that thing, then no wonder there were so many people who entered this dragon-gathering mountain. He felt his right arm heat up once more. This is a lightning-winged yang snake. Since it saw the sword marks on the wall, this fellow has been reacting. Speaking of which, if there was true dragon blood, this lightning-winged yang snake would be able to turn into a flood dragon and obtain the true dragon bloodline. It might even be able to reform its body. That's right. Legend had it that Juelong City obtained it 10,000 years ago when they killed a true dragon and hid it until now. Zhong Yang was tortured by that pain until he was about to lose his mind. He didn't dare to hide anything from his words, afraid that Zhong Shou would walk away. In his heart, he felt like tens of thousands of ants and bugs were gnawing at his heart. In the past, he saw Zhong Shou as an ant and trash and didn't care about him at all. However, at this moment, he needed him to let him die a quick death. Whether it was in terms of strategy or personal strength, Zhong Yang was completely defeated. He was also furious. If Zhong Shou didn't hide his strength, then he would be the true pride of Gantian Mountain. How would he have any thoughts of betrayal? No matter how ambitious he was, he had to put it down. Along with it, he also hated the Shui family. Legend had it that after Juelong City killed Venerable Xianlang, they spent numerous beast crystals to use a secret technique to search for his location, but to no avail. Hence, some people suspect that Xianlang hid the true dragon blood in this dragon-gathering mountain. Before Shueishuefan came here, He seemed to have gotten some news and said that he got a map and would be able to find it. Zhong Shoksan was enlightened. Dragon Gathering Mountain was where the hidden dragon old man lived. His spiritual sense was left here, and it had the aura of a true dragon. Hiding the true dragon's blood here was indeed the best way to do so. He reached out with his hand and took all the items that Xue Shuifan brought along with him into his hand. Inside there was a map drawn on a piece of jade. It was similar to what Jin Buhui gave him before. Only there were many more caves and tunnels. Especially on the top left, the empty area that Haoshuan sect was missing was also perfect. The location of the true dragon blood was marked in a tunnel on the top left. All of a sudden, Zhong Shou didn't know whether or not this map was real or fake. After frowning slightly, he asked curiously, "Since there is a map, then why didn't Xue Shuifan go to search for the true dragon blood and instead attack me? He shouldn't be the only one who got the news." Zhong Shou wasn't surprised by this question. He mocked. Although there is a map, he couldn't enter. Xue Shuifan spent a full 1,000 grade 4 beast crystals for this map, and in the end it was fake. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. He didn't agree or disagree. Thinking about it, he flicked out with a finger and totally smashed Zhong Shou's brain. Personally watching this person die, he sighed in his heart. In his heart, the part that belonged to that Zhong Shou seemed to have disappeared. Then, he changed into a clean set of clothes. While he tossed aside the bloody clothes, he touched his sleeves and sighed helplessly. Along with the two that he got not long ago when he killed the 2 mutated demon crystal fire ants, this cloud flame flying knife that was one with his mind and had the cloud shocking god destroying sword intent, he had already used up 4 of them. In the past few months, he had only managed to nurture 8 of such sabers. As for the other 20, he could only slightly sense them with his mind and could barely change directions twice. There wasn't any sword intent on it, so its strength was much weaker. The situation in this outer cave was really weird. Who knows whether or not he could handle it? Anyways, this wasn't a place he could stay for long. Zhong Shou didn't bother about those few heavily injured and dying people as he left in large strides. However, an hour later, when Zhong Shou arrived at the place where he was first attacked, he didn't see Zhong Yuan. Not only Zhong Yuan, but even Gong Yu, who had been following him step by step, was nowhere to be found. The only thing that made him happy was that around this place, apart from 3 corpses and some hidden weapons scattered around, there were no other traces. It seemed like these 2 fellows were safe and sound. Zhong Shou instantly felt his head hurt. It wasn't easy to find 2 people in this maze that was connected in all directions. How was it different from finding a needle in a haystack? He could only shake his head. Like what Jin Buhui said, everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Who knows, maybe after Zhong Yuan and Gong Yu left him, they would be able to gain something. Zhong Shou. His words were filled with bone-chilling hatred. Yu Linghuan heavily punched the stone wall beside him. His martial path wasn't on the fist. A full-powered strike instantly caused his fingers to be badly mangled. Yu Linghuan didn't feel anything. He only felt that the pain wasn't enough. He couldn't suppress the hatred in his heart as well as that bit of fear. In my life, I have never seen such a terrifying person. The one who spoke was a gray-haired old man wearing silver armor. The light in his eyes was extinguished and filled with shock. In the past, I have seen those ascended realm and day-wandering realm experts. However, I didn't feel that they were as strong as this person. When his sword is out, he dies. When his fist is out, he dies. This person's martial path intent is so high that even ascended ancestors can't compare to him. People like Xue Shuifan, even 3 of me at the peak of the Xuanwu realm could suppress him. However, I only blocked 6 strikes from him. This silver-armored old man was also at the peak of the Xuanwu realm. Return to Sun realm. He is only 14 years old. Another spirit master at the side smiled bitterly, following which he pointed out the key to their failure. If it was just that, then it would be okay. We would definitely be able to kill him. The key is that this kid is decisive. His attacks are vicious enough, directly hitting the vital point. His martial path is one where he dies if he doesn't succeed. Like he is going all in, he doesn't care about his own life and death. That is the case, other people can only die, only he can live. Looking at his battle, his style is bloody and overbearing, the moves he uses are clean and sharp. If he didn't have thousands of bloody battles, he wouldn't be like that. 70% of those rumors were true. I found it weird. How could Zhong Weiran's son be a piece of trash? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.